Welcome back to my stream. I wasn't sure if I was going to stream today, but I want to be consistent with this, so thank you so much, anyone that decides to join. I'm just going to share this link with a couple people so that they have it, and we'll get this going. What are we looking at today? We were watching some YouTube content. This is what we were looking at yesterday. So we were looking at AI stuff. I think we might continue that actually. It was a pretty interesting topic. Just playing some Summoner's War to catch up on some grinding here. Let's take a look at this together.
If you're worried about immigration taking jobs,
I think we ended
we have
off.
clarity about an outcome of building these super intelligent gods in a box. Right now, China is
Again, another moment where I message both everybody.
so humans will always just find something else to do. But why is AI different than that?
Because it's intelligence.
So I think we stopped here in the conversation, warning people about artificial intelligence. And right now, the subtopic is humanoid robots. So if you guys have seen on the news, Elon Musk signed a deal with his board that he was going to develop humanoid Optimus, basically humanoid robots that would do kind of like everyday tasks for people. And he signed a $1 trillion package or whatever, something like that, which I guess in hindsight makes sense, because if he is able to produce that, it's going to be like changing a lot of people's lives. But yeah, I don't know if I'm super confident in the robots that I've seen him produce. Let's just put it that way. 1 second here. Turn off the. I'll probably be grinding some more art today as well, so we'll see what happens. Hey, welcome to the stream. Oh, hey, Glasses Man. This one, I don't know if you've ever seen this. This is part two. I want to say it's part two because Tristan Harris, if you're not, I don't know if you're familiar with him or not. He's kind of like a AI whistleblower, if you will. Like he's just warning people. Whistleblower is probably a little bit of a strong term, but he's kind of warning people about the dangers of AI that we're not really addressing or no one's really paying attention to, and then it's probably going to be too late if we actually turn on the lights and get down that rabbit hole, right? Because it's kind of it's a self-perpetuating problem. So we were watching a little bit of this yesterday, or I was watching when people were popping in and out of the stream, and yeah, it's I find this guy pretty interesting. I think he's pretty level-headed. He does, he knows a lot of the people at these various companies like OpenAI and whatever. Like he's either colleagues with them or ex-colleagues with them or friends with them. So I think he has like a lot of insider knowledge as to what they're actually thinking behind their, behind closed doors. Yeah, and he identifies some very real problems that we're seeing right now, right? Like, and a lot of people just don't want to admit it because there's just so much money involved in the quote unquote AI race. But yeah, there's just I've been reading a lot of different takes on this, not only from him but from other interviews on other channels, not just Diary of the CEO, but there's one called Empire of AI. I think her name is Brenda Tao or something like that. But she wrote a book basically about her chronicling her interviews with employees of OpenAI from like 2017 to kind of present day. And it's pretty interesting. So, yeah, right now we're talking about robotics and how, where it's going towards the future to basically eliminate some of the jobs or maybe a lot of the jobs of blue-collar workers. So we'll see.
Because it's general intelligence that means that rather than a technology that automates just bank tellers, this is automating all forms of human cognitive labor, meaning everything that a human mind can do. So who's going to retrain faster? You moving to that other kind of cognitive labor? Or the AI that is trained on everything and can multiply itself by 100 million times, and it retraining how to do that other kind of labor?
So, I mean, because you're an IT, you understand this, I assume, and I myself am an IT. We understand the magnitude and the scaling of AI and what it can actually do for people and industries and pretty much everything, like all walks of life that we kind of experience on a day-to-day basis. Like think about our phones, think about apps that are on our phone. But I think a lot of people actually don't understand why AI is this transformative technology. Like Tristan makes a really good point, right? Like if you created nukes, like nuclear weapons don't create better nuclear weapons, right? Like human beings need to create stronger nuclear weapons or nuclear deterrents or whatever that might be. Like fire. There was another, he's like the godfather of AI safety or something like that. He was talking about fire. It was an amazing invention. When we were cavemen, like we created fire, right? And like we would pass it on from village to village on like literally a burning pole, right? Like to like cook food and give warmth and whatever. But like fire doesn't evolve into like better fire or something like that, right? But AI is different, right? It can train itself. Obviously, it can duplicate itself like 1 billion times, 1 trillion times, to be able to learn all knowledge to get better at problems, right? So it evolves itself essentially. And, no one knows really what's going to happen, whether it's going to become sentient one day or not. So we'll see.
In a world of humanoid robots where if Elon's right and he's got a track record of delivering, at least to some degree, and there are millions, tens of millions, or billions of humanoid robots, what do me and you do? Like, what is it that's human that is still valuable? Like, do you know what I'm saying? I mean, we can hug. I guess humanoid robots are going to be less good at hugging people.
I think everywhere where people value human connection and a human relationship, those jobs will stay because what we value in that work is the human relationship, not the performance of the work. But that's not to justify that we should just race as fast as possible to disrupt a billion jobs without a transition plan where how are you going to put food on the table for your family?
But these companies are competing geographically again. So if, I don't know, Walmart doesn't change its whole supply chain, its warehousing, its how it's doing its factory work, its farm work, its shop floors, staff work, then they're going to have less profits and a worse business and less opportunity to grow than the company in Europe that changes all of its back-end infrastructure to robots. So they're going to be a huge corporate disadvantage. So they have to.
What AI represents is the zenithification of that competitive logic. The logic of, if I don't do it, I'll lose to the other guy that will.
Is that true?
That's what they believe.
Is that true for sort of companies in America?
Well, just as you said, if Walmart doesn't automate their workforce and their supply chains with robots, and all their competitors did, then Walmart would get obsoleted. If the military that doesn't create autonomous weapons doesn't want to because they think that's more ethical, but all the other militaries do get autonomous weapons, they're just going to lose.
Yeah.
If the student who's using ChatGPT to do their homework for them is going to fall behind by not doing that when all their other classmates are using ChatGPT to cheat, they're going to lose. But as we're racing to automate all of this, we're landing in a world where in the case of the students, they didn't learn anything. In the case of the military weapons, we end up in crazy Terminator-like war scenarios that no one actually wants. In the case of businesses, we end up disrupting billions of jobs and creating mass outrage and public riots on the streets because people don't have food on the table. And so, much like climate change or these kind of collective action problems with the ozone hole, we're kind of creating a badness hole through the results of all these individual competitive actions that are supercharged by AI.
It's interesting because in all those examples you name, the people that are building those companies, whether it's the companies building the autonomous AI-powered war machinery, the first thing they'll say is, we currently have humans dying on the battlefield. If you let me build this autonomous drone or this autonomous robot that's going to go fight in this adversary's land, no humans are going to die anymore. And I think this is a broader point about how this technology is framed, which is, I can guarantee you at least one positive outcome. So, and you can't guarantee me the downside. You can't.
But if that war escalates into, I mean, the reason that the Soviet Union and the United States have never directly fought each other is because the belief is it would escalate into World War III and nuclear escalation. If China and the US were ever to be in direct conflict, there's a concern that it would escalate into nuclear escalation. So it looks good in the short term, but then what happens when it cybernetically sort of everything gets chain reactioned into everybody escalating in ways that causes many more humans to die?
I think what I'm saying is the downside appears to be philosophical, whereas the upside appears to be real and measurable and tangible right now.
But how is it if the automated weapon gets fired and it leads to, again, a cascade of all these other automated responses, and then those automated responses get these other automated responses and these other automated responses, and then suddenly the automated war planners start moving the troops around, and suddenly you've created this sort of escalatory loss of control spiral.
Yeah.
And then humans will be involved in that. And then if that escalates, you get nuclear weapons pointed at each other.
Do you see what I'm saying? This again is a sort of a more philosophical domino effect argument, whereas when they're building these technologies, these drones, they're saying, with AI in them, they're saying, look, from day one, we won't have American lives lost.
But
so
that's
it's
narrow,
more compelling.
It's a narrow boundary analysis on, whereas this machine, you could have put a human at risk, now there's no human at risk because there's no human who's firing the weapon, it's a machine firing the weapon. That's a narrow boundary analysis without looking at the holistic effects on how it would actually happen. Just like,
which we're bad at.
Which is exactly what we have to get good at. AI is like a rite of passage. It's an initiatory experience because if we run the old logic of having a narrow boundary analysis, this is going to replace these jobs that people didn't want to do. Sounds like a great plan. But creating mass joblessness without a transition plan, where a billion people won't be able to put food on the table. AI is forcing us to not make this mistake of this narrow analysis. What got us here is everybody racing for the narrow optimization for GDP at the cost of social mobility and mass sort of joblessness and people not being able to get a home because we aggregated all the wealth in one place. It was optimizing for a narrow metric. What got us to the social media problems is everybody optimizing for a narrow metric of eyeballs at the expense of democracy and kids' mental health and addiction and loneliness and no one knowing, being able to know anything. And so AI is inviting us to step out of the previous narrow blind spots.
How was your day, by the way, Glasses Man? I know yesterday you worked pretty late, so I'm curious, like, are you starting work late tonight as well? Or, I don't know, what your hours are normally.
That we have come with, and the previous competitive logic that has been narrowly defined, that you can't keep running when it's supercharged by AI. So you could say, this is an optimistic take, because AI is inviting us to be the wisest version of ourselves. And there's no definition of wisdom in literally any wisdom tradition that does not involve some kind of restraint. Like, think about all the wisdom traditions. Do any of them say, go as fast as possible and think as narrowly as possible? The definition of wisdom is having a more holistic picture. It's actually acting with restraint and mindfulness and care. And so AI is asking us to be that version of ourselves. And we can choose not to be, and then we end up in a bad world. Or we can step into being what it's asking us to be and recognize the collective consequences that we can't afford to not face. And I believe, as much as what we've talked about is really hard, that there is another path if we can be clear-eyed about the current one ending in a place that people don't want.
We will get into that path because I really want to get practical and specific about what. I think before we started recording, we talked about a scenario where we sit here maybe in 10 years' time and we say how we did manage to grab hold of the steering wheel and turn it.
Yeah.
So I'd like to think through that as well. But just to close off on this piece about the impact on jobs, it does feel largely inevitable to me that there's going to be a huge amount of job loss. And it does feel highly inevitable to me because of the things going on with humanoid robots, with the advance towards AGI, that the biggest industries in the world won't be operated and run by humans. If we even you're at my house at the moment, so you walked past the car in the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 electric cars in the driveway that drive themselves.
Yep.
I think the biggest employer in the world is driving, and I don't know if you've ever had an experience in a full self-driving car, but it's very hard to ever go back to driving again. And again, in the shareholder letter that was announced recently, he said within 1 or 2 months, there won't even be a steering wheel or pedals in the car, and I'll be able to text and work while I'm driving. We're not going to go back. I don't think we're going to go back.
On certain things, we have crossed certain thresholds, and we're going to automate those jobs and that work.
Do you think there will be immense job loss? Irrespective, you think there will be?
Absolutely. We already saw Eric Bernholfsen and his group at Stanford did the recent study off of payroll data, which is direct data from employers, that there's been a 13% job loss in AI-exposed jobs for young entry-level college workers. So if you're a college-level worker, you just graduated, and you're doing something in an AI-exposed area, there's already been a 13% job loss. And that data was probably from May, even though it got published in August. And having spoken to him recently, it looks like that trend is already continuing. And so we're already seeing this automate a lot of the jobs and a lot of the work. And, either an AI company is going to, if you work in AI and you're one of the top AI scientists, then Mark Zuckerberg will give you $1 billion signing bonus, which is what he offered to one of the AI people. Or you won't have a job. That wasn't quite right. I didn't say that the way that I wanted to.
I don't know if you're still there, Glasses Man, but I don't know if you've seen this episode before. I find it quite interesting.
I was just trying to make the point that...
No, I get the point.
Yeah. I just want to say that for a moment, my goal here was not to sound like we're just admiring how catastrophic the problem is, because I just know how easy it is to fall into that trap. And what I really care about is people not feeling good about the current path so that we're maximally motivated to choose another path. Obviously, there's a bunch of AI. Some cats are out of the bag. but the lions and super lions that are yet to come have not yet been released. And there is always choice from where you are to which future you want to go to from there.
There are few sports that I make time for, no matter where I am in the world, and one of them is of course football. The other is MMA, but watching that abroad usually requires a VPN. I spend so much time travelling. I've just spent the last 2.5 months travelling through Asia and Europe and now back here in the United States. And as I'm travelling, there are so many different shows that I want to watch on TV or on some streaming websites. So when I was travelling through Asia and I was in Kuala Lumpur one day, then the next day I was in Hong Kong, and the next day I was in Indonesia, all of those countries had a different streaming provider, a different broadcaster. And so in most of those countries, I had to rely on ExpressVPN, who are responsible for this podcast. Their tool is private and secure, and it's very, very simple how it works. When you're in that country and you want to watch a show that you love in the UK, all you do is you go on there and you click the button UK, and it means that you can gain access to content in the UK. If you're after a similar solution in your life and you've experienced that problem too, visit expressvpn.com/DOAC to find out how you can access ExpressVPN for an extra 4 months at no cost. One of the big questions I've had on my mind, I think it's in part because I saw those humanoid robots, and I sent this to my friends and we had a little discussion on WhatsApp, is in such a world, and I don't know whether you're interested in answering this, but what do we do? I was actually pulled up at the gym the other day with my girlfriend. We sat outside because we were watching the shareholder thing and we didn't want to go in yet.
Yeah.
And then we had the conversation, which is, in a world of sustainable abundance, where the price of food and the price of manufacturing things, the price of my life generally drops, and instead of having a cleaner or a housekeeper, I have this robot that does all these things for me. What do I end up doing? What is worth pursuing at this point? Because you say that that the cat is out of the bag as it relates to job impact. It's already happening.
Well, certain kinds of AI for certain kinds of jobs, and we can choose still from here which way we want to go. But go on. Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, in such a future where you think about even yourself and your family and your friends, what are you going to be spending your time doing in such a world of abundance? If there was 10 billion...
Well, the question is, are we going
robots,
to get abundance, or are we going to get just jobs being automated, and then the question is still, who's going to pay for people's livelihoods? So the math, as I understand it, doesn't currently seem to work out where everyone can get a stipend to pay for their whole life and life quality as they currently know it. And are a handful of Western or US-based AI companies going to consciously distribute that wealth to literally everyone, meaning including all the countries around the world whose entire economy was based on a job category that got eliminated? So, for example, places like the Philippines, where a huge percent of the jobs are customer service jobs. If that got automated away, are we going to have OpenAI pay for all of the Philippines? Do you think that people in the US are going to prioritize that? So then you end up with the problem of you have law firms that are currently not wanting to hire junior lawyers because, well, the AI is way better than a junior lawyer who just graduated from law school. So you have two.
He makes a really good point, because this transformative technology is obviously being spearheaded and pioneered mainly in the US and in China. Those are the two major players. And there's a lot of virtual assistants in the Philippines, right? And virtual assistant work actually makes a fair bit of money comparatively to what a local makes. I think a local makes maybe like 200 USD a month. Like, we can take a look at it right now. Average salary. Sorry. So the median average as of 2022 to 2025 data is this 19,000 pesos PHP to Canadian dollars. Let's do this. 442. So about 300 USD per month, roughly. Yeah, that's like the average person. But if you're a virtual assistant, you can probably make like 5 USD an hour, maybe 5 USD an hour, depending on the type of job that you're doing, to monthly at full-time work. Yeah, 867. So you're almost tripling your money pre-tax. That's assuming you're working 40 hours a week, right? Like, yeah, so that's important that I point that out. Oh, welcome to the stream. I don't know if it's Glasses Man, if you're on, or if it's someone else, but I appreciate you tuning in. Right now, what I'm doing is just looking up. So we were having there's a chat about AI, basically taking over and stuff like that. And one of the things that this guy, Tristan Harris, he's kind of like a pioneer of warning people about AI and what's going to happen with AI. You know, he was talking about the fact that the Philippines is largely based on virtual assistants, right? So a lot of call center jobs, right? Like BDR work, customer service work, like that kind of stuff. It's not unusual that if you call your bank, American Express, Chase Bank, here in Canada, you know, Manulife Canada, like you'll be rerouted to a Philippine call center, right? Even like in the middle of the day for sure, like you're going to be rerouted to a Philippine call center. And then AIs can pretty much eliminate a lot of those jobs, right? Like we're starting to see that happen. So his point was like this transformative technology, when we introduce it, like is the US going to prioritize like how are these people supposed to feed themselves, right? With this transformative technology that comes out. You can ask them to retrain, but AI can retrain itself on other things faster than you can. So if you pivot it to, I don't know, like learning how to code or something like that, it's like, cool, like AI can code way better than you, right? Like it can code infinitely better than a human can. I think it's pretty much proven now. It's like joining, I think they put AI through like coding competitions and it ranked like top 200 out of the people, like in the top 200 people in the world. You've seen it even a couple generations of AI ago. It passed like the MCATs, the LSATs, the SATs. Like, you know, it was able to pass all those tests essentially that we normally put human beings through to measure, you know, the super qualified, intelligent people, or whatever measure, right? So, yeah, it's interesting, right? Like this transformative technology that's owned by another country. Oh, hey. No, I have not. I'm assuming that's like an anti-AI revolt. Yeah. It's I mean, I don't necessarily blame people for being pissed, right? Like you know, every country around the world is kind of in peril. And these people are investing billions, trillions actually, not even billions, trillions of dollars into this technology because they want to be there first. While that trillions of dollars could go towards something like, you know, whatever, right? Like healthcare, fighting diabetes. Yeah. It's not a revolution per se, Mortgage Mate. It's more so, and thanks for tuning in the stream, by the way. So it's more so about warning people about like the AI, you know, the genie coming out of the bottle and what that means for society, right? Like, I don't think people understand fully the scalability of AI. So he made a really good point before, and I've seen other AI experts make this point. A lot of people are saying, well, you know, if human beings get eliminated from the job market, they'll just find something else to do, right? So they'll retrain on something. So imagine if AI took my job, I would learn to be, I don't know, like a plumber or I don't know, something else, right? Like, I don't know, a product manager or whatever, right? I'd pivot to another industry. And then, but Tristan's point is like that AI can train itself faster than you can at the job that you pivot to. So if I go from sales leader to customer service rep, for example, like it can train itself to become a customer service rep. And if I pivot from customer service rep to designer, it can train itself to be the world's best designer, right? Like instantly, essentially. But it might take me years to learn that skill. And then also companies are just financially incentivized to be able to do that, right? Like why you have a exactly, perfect example, right? So that's AI experts tell people like go into trades, go into blue collar work, right? Like that you'll probably last at least a little bit longer as a result. For now, but it's so hard to say. Like honestly, after going to China and just seeing like some of the technology there, what they're creating, and the robots that are like, I don't know if you guys have seen this robot. I don't know how efficient it'll be. A Neo robot. This bipedal humanoid robot that's supposed to do everyday tasks. So this was actually shown at one of the robotics conventions maybe before Christmas in Shanghai, and it can do stuff like this. So you can see it, like it will put glasses in your dishwasher, for example, right? And then start your dishwasher for you. Now, it looks a little bit clumsy, to be honest, and I'm sure it really needs to improve. But the fact that it can already do something like this, that's actually the magic question, right? Like, so, and this is what Tristan's kind of warning people about. It's like, if you wipe away jobs from humans, what are humans supposed to do to exist, right? Like, how are they supposed to put food on the table, pay their bills? And the automatic assumption is that, all humans will go on something called UBI, right? Universal Basic Income. So everyone will get a stipend, basically, and to support our lifestyles, right? So imagine like you get a food stamp, you go to a center where you can get food. And the idea is like you have these robots, like 1 billion robots or a couple billion robots working for you night and day, so that stuff becomes so cheap that everyone can afford it. But there's a couple really big caveats that people are not paying attention to with that. Number one, there's only a handful of companies that own these robots. Do you really think that they're just going to give shit away for free? No, they're meant to make money, right? And who, I guess, in some respects, like, who can blame them? So when has someone invented like something new and given it away completely for free? Like a really good example of this is insulin. So apparently insulin shots are $10 to make, right? People have had diabetes too for, since I was born, maybe before that. But in the States, it costs $300, right? So they've been able to produce this for $10 per shot or whatever it is for a very long time at scale. But they have such huge margins on pharma that they sell it for $300. So same token here, if they invented like a robot that could do all these things and provide you groceries, do you really think that they're going to find it in their hearts to be earnest and do this for free? No, probably not, right? Like that's the thing. And then let's assume that this is all free, okay? Like really, like Elon Musk is having a very generous day, decides to give food for free, housing for free, whatever. Robot will build your house. They will clean your entire apartment, whatever. Human beings, like we intrinsically work, right? Like there's a lot of studies that show when you actually do a job, you have a purpose in life. and your depression goes down, anxiety goes down, your moral, ethical moral compass goes up, your lifestyle, quality of life goes up. Like there's a lot of intrinsic benefits to going to work every day, socializing with your colleagues, having a unified purpose that we're going towards. What do people do when there's nothing to do, right? Like there's literally no jobs to be had. Elon Musk said this on record. He says like people will do jobs because it's volunteer, like it's a volunteer job, voluntarily, right? So you're not there to actually do the job. You're just there to volunteer your time. So it's like, hey, do you want to like learn how to be a barista? We have these robots doing it, but you could do it if you wanted to. Which is kind of crazy if you think about it. So the other problem is, what do people do with all this free time? Like people essentially, I think they're kind of loosely saying that people just go crazy because they're just sitting there twiddling their thumbs, essentially. Yeah. Yeah. But this is the robot. It's going to go on sale in end of this year or next year. Yeah, price around $20,000 for early adopters, with a potential of $4.99 per month subscription. Excuse me. Subscription options. Yeah. So there's a lot of layers to this. I don't know if, people tell you to plan ahead. And yes, I think it's important to plan ahead, but there's only a limited amount that you can do, right? Like there's so many things that are so unpredictable with the world, with the things that we're facing is, potentially existential crisis. So, yeah, it's tough. Let's continue on.
Problems. You have the law student that just put in a ton of money and is in debt because they just got a law degree that now they can't get hired to pay off. And then you have law firms whose longevity depends on senior lawyers being trained from being a junior lawyer to a senior lawyer. What happens when you don't have junior lawyers that are actually learning on the job to become senior lawyers? You just have this sort of elite managerial class for each of these domains. So you lose intergenerational knowledge transmission.
Interesting.
And that creates a societal weakening in the social fabric.
I was watching some podcasts over...
Yeah, that's also a really good point. You lose that knowledge base that's passed on from generation to generation, right? Like sensei to sensei. I suppose that AI could learn all of that stuff from just examining information, like way better than a human being can. But like, yeah, family-owned businesses through tradition and time, like, yeah, those things will be lost. And then this is not just happening in legal, by the way. Like, you see this now where Harvard grads are unemployed for 2 years, right? Like, these are people that companies would literally have job fairs on Harvard campus and try to woo and recruit these people, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, whatever, on Wall Street, hiring the best talent out there. Hey, welcome to the stream, or welcome back. I don't know who just tuned in. Right now we're talking about AI, and we're talking about how AI is going to transform really the fabric of what we do as human beings, right? So whether you believe that or not. What do you mean by expire? Do you mean like the wipeout of humankind? And what do you mean all be revealed before time ends? Can you elaborate on your question so I can answer it? Or I can try to answer it.
The weekend with some successful billionaires who are working in AI, talking about how they now feel that we should forgive student loans.
Yeah.
And I think in part this is because of what's happened in New York with, was it Mamdani?
Yeah, Mamdani, yeah.
Mamdani's been elected, and they're concerned that socialism's on the rise because the entry-level junior people in the society are...
I do feel bad for students that graduated now, right? They were promised like a better world, and they were left in a shit one. That was way worse than their parents, to be completely frank with you. they don't have the experience to get into entry-level positions. People don't want to give them a chance because they don't have any experience, but it's kind of like that catch-22. It's like, how do I get experience if you won't give me experience, right? And then they, depending on where they went to school, they're probably in student debt, especially if they studied in the US, because schooling is not subsidized by the government. It's pretty expensive. I think the average tuition annually is $30,000 per year. So you're coming out of school, depending on which school you went to, like a couple $100,000, in debt. Like my cousins might still be in debt from going to medical school and Ivy League and stuff like that, right? So if you're unemployable, what exactly happens? And he trained for God, he didn't start his career until maybe 34, 35. Like he's a neurosurgeon. And he uses like robotics to help him with neurosurgery. I don't know what's going to happen when an AI can do surgery better than he can. Like, why would a hospital, you ask yourself why, I don't know what he gets paid, probably like $1 million plus a year, I'm assuming, right? But why would a hospital pay him $1 million plus when they can basically just pay GPT to do this for them? Maybe they pay him half of that to supervise the robot to make sure everything is okay and add that human element, right? Because people might be freaked out that a robot is, operating on you. Your question is, what year will actual idiocracy start like the film, and will the veil be lifted? Idiocracy... What do you mean by idiocracy? Well, that's the magic question. What jobs will be left for human beings, right? Like, no one really knows. Like, some AI experts are telling people to go to blue-collar work, right? Like, train to be a plumber, a sheet metalist, window washer, drywaller, like those jobs are not in favor, and they haven't been in favor for the last 10 or 15 years, right? Like no kids want to go into apprenticeship jobs. And they're actually pretty good jobs, to be honest with you, and they're in high demand. Like if you ever have worked, or if you ever known someone that worked in blue collar, long time ago, I worked this random part-time job as a dispatcher for plumbing, and the plumbing agency actually pays for your study, like your courses, your tools, your uniform, your truck, like your work truck, your cell phone, and your work truck you can bring home. Like you can actually use that as a private tool. So they pay for everything, including obviously pay you money to be there. But obviously plumbing's a dirty job, so no one wants to go into it. Well, the idea, Glasses Man, is, well, number one, I want to say first and foremost, anyone that's telling you they know exactly what's going to happen in the future is full of shit. I think there's some predictions of what is going to happen. The optimistic people are assuming that everyone's going to go on to UBI, like a stipend, right? So universal basic income, where the robots will be able to produce goods that are so cheap that it's almost free. Right? So they'll be able to plow the fields for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week without complaint and grow you food. They'll be able to clean your apartment for free. They'll be able to do this. They'll be able to do that. And sure, I guess that maybe that is one scenario that could happen. That's a very optimistic view. But the thing is, Glasses Man, like, depending on what side of the aisle that you sit on, someone owns this technology of these robots, right? So if that's Elon Musk, it would be Optimus. Like, when in history has someone owned a technology that is kind of revolutionary and not tried to profit from it? Like, never. Right? Like, we can look through the history of the 5,000 years of mankind, and we've never seen something that was not exploited or positioned for some kind of capitalistic purpose, right? So the example that I used before, I think you logged back on, was insulin shots for diabetes, right? Diabetes 2, I think. Insulin costs about $10 to be able to produce an insulin shot, but it's sold for $300 in the US. I remember there was American tourists that would actually drive up to Canada to get insulin shots and insulin supplies here because it was actually cheaper here. I don't even know how much it is over the counter here, but it was cheaper here to get than to get in the States. Right, so that's my point, and I don't blame them for that. Right, it's they're a business. They're literally their sole purpose is to make money. So one thing is like the human element, right? Like who owns the technology, whether or not they're willing to be so charitable that they're willing to give like food away for free and services away for free and this for free and that for free. And if they're not willing to give it for free, how do people actually pay for these things if they don't have a job? Right? If they don't have livelihood, if they don't have currency, and what is the future currency? And the second part of this equation, which another doctor really brought up, which was actually a very good point, is he says human beings, like what do human beings do if there's no jobs left for human beings? Right? We derive a lot of our self-worth from our purpose in life of going to work, chatting with our colleagues, working towards a North Star goal, getting promoted, going through the grind, achieving something with our teams. Like there's just a lot of intrinsic benefits that happen with going to work and having a job, no matter what the job is, whether you're window washing, whether you're working at McDonald's, whether you're working at a tech company, whether you're working at NASA, whatever. So when you take that away from human beings, what do we become, right? Like what purpose do we derive? Do we derive any purpose? Like, or what is our purpose in life? Are we just going to sit there as almost like vegetables, right? And then the robots basically do everything for us and we just sit there and are kind of like living batteries, I guess. I've actually never seen that film, so I can't comment on that, Glasses Man. I apologize. I've actually never seen the film Idiocracy. I have to look up this film to understand what you're talking about. Sorry, give me a second. Is this the film you're talking about? In 2005, average in every way private Joe Bowers, Luke Wilson, is selected to take part in a secret military experiment to put him in hibernation for a year, along with a woman named Rita, my Rudolph. The slumbering duo is forgotten when the base they are stored on is closed down and they are left in stasis until 2505. When they finally wake up, they discover the average intelligence of humans has decreased so much that Joe is now the smartest man in the world. Interesting. I guess this is a comedy. I think the thing that worries me, guys, is that when has, in the history of mankind, there's never been a more intelligent species that has taken orders from a less intelligent species. Right? So, like, we create an AI, and the AI, by the way, has already displayed patterns of behavior that basically it's acting on its own free will without human knowledge, right? So Anthropic ran a test, I'm sure you guys have seen that last year, where they basically told the AI that it was going to shut this AI version down and a new version was going to replace it, like in ETA 2 months or something like that. And you guys can look up this information. So they used Claude, which is Anthropic's AI, right? AI model, their language learning model. And they told them this information. And they planted pieces of information in for it to kind of like, I guess, discover or whatever. And it tried to, essentially, from what I understand, it tried to duplicate itself so that it would prevent its shutoff. It actually threatened like the engineers that like not to shut it off, like not to delete its programming and shut it off and update. It also blackmailed like one of the executives from shutting it off by threatening them by proposing that they would reveal their infidelity, like this person was like cheating on his wife or whatever, or maybe that knowledge was like planted. But it actually went to those lengths saying like, if you shut me off, I will like send this message to like your wife or whatever. Like, that's crazy. And this was like totally out of its own accord, right? And then in addition to that, so they tested it on Claude to see if Claude like was going to do this, like if this was going to happen with just Claude. And then furthermore, they tested it on pretty much all the LLMs out there. So they tested on DeepSeek, on Gemini, on Llama, on GPT 3.5, I think, and a whole bunch of other ones. And all of them pretty much, I think 79 to 99 or to 99% of them all acted within the same manner. Like it found its way to this thing where if you threatened its existence, it fought back, essentially. So, like, if you think about it, in some respects, like, it has a survival instinct into itself, right? There's something a little bit wrong there with it. Yeah. As for this movie, I mean, I'll have to watch it in order to comment. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be depressing about all this stuff, but this is, you know, some of my feelings towards AI and what's going on with the world, because I just think people are blindsided by the hopes and dreams of AI rather than seeing the practicality of it. And they believe that it will change the future, which it will. It's just whether or not it will change the future for the betterment of mankind or the worsening of mankind. Like that's really kind of what it comes down to. Yeah. So this is something that something to think about. Yeah, something to consider. But yeah, it's how do you deal with like a lot of this? So like if you had a stipend, so like, for instance, I live in a rental apartment right now, right? So some landlord obviously or corporation purchased this particular building and is using it for a return on investment, and it's an investment, right? So if everyone's out of jobs, how do we afford rent? And then if there's a stipend that says we get free rent and we just hand it to our landlords, what kind of ROI do they get out of investing their millions of dollars purchasing this entire rental building? Right? Like, who compensates that particular person for their investment into this property? So there's a lot of iterations of things that I don't think have been totally thought out about. And the general thing I feel is like everyone is really like, AI's here to stay. It's going to be here forever. So we might as well try to adapt to it, which there is some truth to that, I guess. But it also perpetuates the development of AI where people are just trying to evolve it nonstop without really pausing to think about some of the consequences to their actions. Yeah. Let's continue.
Are suppressed under student debt, but also now they're going to struggle to get jobs, which means they're going to be more socialist in their voting, which means
Right.
a lot of people are going to lose power that want to keep power.
Yep, exactly. That's probably going to happen.
Okay. So their concern about suddenly alleviating student debt is in part because they're worried that society will get more socialist when the divide increases.
Which is a version of UBI, or just carrying, a safety net that covers everyone's basic needs. So relieving student debt is on the way to creating kind of universal basic need meeting, right?
Do you think UBI will work as a concept? UBI, for anyone that doesn't know, is basically
Universal basic income,
Distributing
every month,
money.
it's just a stipend.
giving people money every
Right.
month.
But I mean, we have that with Social Security. We've done this when it came to pensions. That was after the Great Depression, I think in like 1935, 1937, FDR created Social Security. But what happens when you have to pay for everyone's livelihood everywhere in every country? Again, how can we afford that?
Well, if the costs go down 10x of making things,
This is where the math gets very confusing, because I think the optimists say you can't imagine how much abundance and how much wealth it will create, and so we will be able to generate that much. But the question is, what is the incentive, again, for the people who've consolidated all that wealth to redistribute it to everybody else?
you just have to tax them.
And how will we do that when the corporate lobbying interests of trillion-dollar AI companies can massively influence the government more than human political power? In a way, this is the last moment that human political power will matter. It's sort of a use it or lose it moment, because if we wait to the point where in the past, in the Industrial Revolution, you start automating, a bunch of the work, and people have to do these jobs that people don't want to do in the factory, and there's like bad working conditions, they can unionize and say, hey, we don't want to work under those conditions. And their voice mattered because the factories needed the workers.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, does the state need the humans anymore? Their GDP is coming in almost entirely from the AI companies. So suddenly this political class, this political power base, they become the useless class, to borrow a term from Yuval Harari, the author of *Sapiens*. In fact, he has a different frame, which is that AI is like a new version of digital. It's like a flood of millions of new digital immigrants, of alien digital immigrants that are Nobel Prize level capability, work at superhuman speed, will work for less than minimum wage. We're all worried about, immigration of the other countries next door taking labor jobs. What happens when AI immigrants come in and take all of the cognitive labor? If you're worried about immigration, you should be way more worried about AI. Like, it dwarfs it.
Yeah.
You can think of it like this. I mean, if you think about, we were sold a bill of goods in the 1990s with.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, I can only speak to Canada, but we're worried about immigration, and rightfully so. You have, I think we increased our population by 2 million people over the last maybe 5 years or so, and the country can't sustain it. But AI immigration is a little bit different because these AIs can work at minimum wage. They actually don't take resource, they take power, obviously, immense amount of power, computing power. And they take resources from people, quote unquote, resources from people in terms of money. But if you're looking at other things, like they don't get sick, like they don't need to go to the hospital, they don't increase traffic patterns because they're not driving on the roads, they're not using, they don't need to eat, so that it's not like your favorite restaurant's going to be overran by them. So there's a lot of things, like nuanced things there that are quite interesting. But I guess moreover to his point is like, they can come in like floods, right? Like we're not talking about maybe like 2 million people over 5 years, right? Like we're talking about 100 million AI agents, appearing at your door instantly.
NAFTA. He said, hey, we're going to, NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, we're going to outsource all of our manufacturing to these developing countries, China, Southeast Asia, and we're going to get this abundance. We're going to get all these cheap goods, and it'll create this world of abundance where all of us will be better off. But what did that do? Well, we did get all these cheap goods. You can go to Walmart and go to Amazon, and things are unbelievably cheap. But it hollowed out the social fabric. And the median worker is not seeing upward mobility. In fact, people feel more pessimistic about that than ever. And people can't buy their own homes. And all of this is because we did get the cheap goods, but we lost the well-paying jobs for everybody in the middle class. And AI is like another version of NAFTA. It's like NAFTA 2.0. Except instead of China appearing on the world stage who will do the manufacturing labor for cheap, suddenly this country of geniuses in a data center created by AI appears on the world stage. And it will do all of the cognitive labor in the economy for less than minimum wage. And we're being sold a same story, that this is going to create abundance for all, but it's creating abundance in the same way that the last round created abundance. It did create cheap goods, but it also undermined the way that the social fabric works and created mass populism in democracies all around the world. You disagree?
No, I agree.
I'm not, I'm...
Yeah, no, I'm trying to play devil's advocate as much as I can.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
But, no, I agree. And it is absolutely bonkers how much people care about immigration relative to AI. It's like, it's driving all the election outcomes at the moment across the world.
Yeah.
Whereas AI doesn't seem to be part of the conversation.
And AI will reconstitute every other issue that already exists. You care about climate change or energy, well, AI will reconstitute the climate change conversation. If you care about education, AI will reconstitute that conversation. If you care about healthcare, AI reconstitutes all these conversations. And what I think people need to do is AI should be a tier 1 issue that people are voting for. And you should only vote for politicians who will make it a tier 1 issue, where you want guardrails to have a conscious selection of the AI future and the narrow path to a better AI future, rather than the default reckless path.
No one's even mentioning it.
What's your opinion about AI? I mean, I haven't asked. I don't have that much viewership, but what is your opinion about AI? Where do you stand with AI? Do you use AI within your job? I personally use AI within my job on a daily basis here and there. It's not ingrained in everything that I do, but it certainly is present. And one of the products that I sell has AI elements within it. So, yeah.
It's because there's no political incentives to mention it, because there's no good answer for the current outcome.
Yeah.
If I tell people, if I get people to see it clearly, it looks like everybody loses. So as a politician, why would I win from that? Although I do think that as the job loss conversation starts to hit, there's going to be an opportunity for politicians who are trying to mitigate that issue finally getting, some wins. And people just need to see clearly that the default path is not in their interest. The default path is companies racing to release the most powerful, inscrutable, uncontrollable technology we've ever invented, with the maximum incentive to cut corners on safety, rising energy prices, depleting jobs, creating joblessness, creating security risks. That is the default outcome. Because energy prices are going up, they will continue to go up. People's jobs will be disrupted, and we're going to get more, deep fakes and floods of democracy and all these outcomes from the default path. And if we don't want that, we have to choose a different path.
What is the different path? And if we were to sit here in 10 years' time and Tristan, you say, do you know what, we were successful in turning the wheel and going a different direction, what series of events would have had to happen, do you think? Because I think...
Yeah, I mean, so, it's... Yeah, I go back to a conversation I had with one of my cousin's friends, and it was interesting. This was years ago, actually, before AI was a big thing. He's a pilot for he's a co-pilot for Cathay Pacific, right? So he flies Vancouver to Hong Kong to Vancouver. He usually flies that route, or maybe to San Francisco or something like that. And he was telling us, he was like, planes have been able to land within like 1/10 of an inch of what a pilot can do, right? Like, it's pretty much all automated. And so the follow-up question was like, well, then why do you have a job, right? Like, why do you have a job? And his reply was pretty interesting. He said, well, would you trust a plane that's flown by a robot that has no one behind the cockpit? And so essentially his job is, like, I'm sure he knows how to fly a plane, and he was, he's gone through the tests and all that kind of stuff. But the reality is, like, he's literally behind the seat to, give people peace of mind that someone is there to, supervise and, take over, right, if needed. Like, that's at least this is what I sum up his job to be. So it's very interesting. This was like maybe 10 years ago that he was telling us that, like, yeah, a plane can literally fly within 1/10 of an inch and does not need like pilot assistance. So, you fast forward how quickly technology really grows, in just half a year or in a quarter of a year till now, right? Like, what can it possibly do? So, the reason why I mention this is because I do think that there are some things that are personal to humans that will probably still exist in terms of jobs. You were asking me before what jobs would still exist. So, for example, do you guys know what a doula is? So, a doula is something that's pretty popular in the East Coast and I think New York. A doula is essentially, from what I understand, one of my ex-friends was a doula. When a family gives birth to a child, and the first, 6 weeks or whatever, 8 weeks, where it's just like really unbearable, you're losing sleep every single night and whatever, a doula will basically help you kind of like manage your kid for those like 6, 8 weeks, 10 weeks, whatever. Usually it's like a live-in nanny for that like difficult period, right? Until you kind of get used to everything, your body recovers, blah, blah, blah. So I can't foresee that job being outsourced to AI. Like if I had a kid of my own, like would I trust an AI to do that responsibility if I had the money to hire a doula? No, probably not, right? Like something that's like a personal touch, like a teacher, for example, or private tutor. Like would I really trust AI to be able to do that? Initially, probably not, right? In the future, maybe, as we get accustomed to like stuff like sitting in an AI-driven car where it's like super fucking weird the first time this car just pulls up to our driveway or something like that and then automates in a robot voice like, hey, welcome, I'm Siri, like get in the car, and there's like no one behind the steering wheel but literally the steering wheel's turning like a ghost. I think that would be freaky the first couple times that I take an Uber, but then after that people will just, it's going to be the norm, right? Like our AI-driven buses or something like that. Yeah. So.
The AI companies very much have support from Trump. I watch the dinners where they sit there with the 20, 30 leaders of these companies, and Trump is talking about how quickly they're developing, how fast they're developing. He's referencing China. He's saying he wants the US to win. So, in the next couple of years, I don't think there's going to be much progress in the United States necessarily.
Unless there's a massive political backlash because people recognize that this issue will dominate every other issue.
How does that happen?
Hopefully conversations like this one.
Yeah.
What I mean is, Neil Postman, who's a wonderful media thinker in the lineage of Marshall McLuhan, used to say, clarity is courage. If people have clarity and feel confident that the current path is leading to a world that people don't want, that's not in most people's interests, that clarity creates the courage to say, yeah, I don't want that. So I'm going to devote my life to changing the path that we're currently on. That's what I'm doing, and that's what I think that people who take this on, I watch, if you walk people through this, and you have them see the outcome, almost everybody right afterwards says, what can I do to help? Obviously, this is something that we have to change. And so that's what I want people to do, is to advocate for this other path. And we haven't talked about AI companions yet, but I think it's important that we should do that. I think it's important to integrate that before you get to the other path. And sorry, by the way, no apologies, because there's so much information to cover, and
Do you know what's interesting? A side point is how personal this feels to you, but how passionate you are about it. A lot of people come here and they tell me the matter-of-fact situation, but there's something that feels more sort of emotionally personal when we speak about these subjects to you, and I'm fascinated by that. Why is it so personal to you? Where is that passion coming from? Because this isn't just your prefrontal cortex, the logical part of your brain. There's something in your limbic system, your amygdala, that's driving every word you're saying.
I care about people. I want things to go well for people. I want people to look at their children in the eyes and be able to say, like, I think I grew up maybe under a false assumption, and something that really influenced my life was, I used to have this belief that there was some adults in the room somewhere, like we're doing our thing here, we're in LA, we're recording this, and there's some adults protecting the country, national security, there's some adults who are making sure that geopolitics is stable, there's some adults that are like making sure that industries don't cause toxicity and carcinogens, and that there's adults who are caring about stewarding things and making things go well. And I think that there have been times in history where there were adults, especially born out of massive world catastrophes, like coming out of World War II.
Do I watch baseball? Great question, Glassman. I only watched the World Series. I didn't watch every game, certainly. I watched a little bit of Game 7 because obviously it's just it's Game 7 of the World Series. It doesn't get much better than that. And I heard Game 6 was amazing too. So yeah, but I don't regularly watch baseball. I used to watch hockey. I guess it's just kind of a standardized Canadian thing, me being Canadian. But I haven't followed it in years, probably like a decade or more, since Vancouver was in the Stanley Cup Finals in 2010. So I don't watch it anymore. Yeah. Do you watch baseball? Do you like baseball? I assume you do. Give me a second, Glassman. I just have to make a quick phone call, okay? Glasses man, sorry. I'm back. I just had to make some business calls. What do I think about the Pistons? Yeah, you know what? Let's take a look at the league together. Let's take a look at the standings. Okay, so first and foremost, I really like the Pistons. I actually think they're a really good team. And dare I say, I think they have a chance to make the finals. Now, I do think the Knicks will make the finals just because I believe, like, what is their offensive, like, what is, according to Cleaning the Glass, Pistons offensive rating. Team advanced stats, or StatMuse actually will have probably better. Like, where's the Pistons? Okay, so they're top 10 in offensive rating, which technically makes them a title contender, right? So generally speaking, most teams that are top 10 in offense and top 10 in defense will be considered a title contender. That's usually how it works in the NBA, with the exception of, I think, the 2002 Lakers. Over the past 2 decades, that's really what's happened. Now, the one thing that I am concerned about here is yeah, StatMuse. Yeah, it's a really good resource. Like, so the one thing that I worry about when you talk about the Pistons is they lost a lot of shooting in the offseason. They lost Tim Hardaway Jr., they lost Dennis Schroeder, they lost Malik Beasley due to a gambling scandal, which is a lot of three-point shooter. They signed Duncan Robinson, but and Duncan Robinson is a decent replacement. Like, he's their best shooter, but he is having a down year, if I'm not mistaken. Like, let's see stats. Duncan Robinson, players, offensive, 3 points made, complete leaders. Let's see, 3-point percentages. Tari Eason is shooting almost 50%, but he's only played 19 games, and he barely gets any playing time just because his position is a lot, like, obviously they're going to play KD over Tari Eason, right? Like, there's just so many players that they have at the kind of the 3, the 4. But let's see, like, Duncan Robinson. Let's see if I can find him. Is he even on here? Duncan? No. Robinson? Detroit? That's weird. Can I not search this? Let's see. Let's see if I can find, like, well, I guess better yet, let's see if I can find a Detroit Piston in the top 50, right? So, tell me if you see a Detroit logo. Like, I don't. Okay, that's probably why. It's not even in the top 53. There's not one person on the Detroit Pistons, it seems. 38.7. That's weird. Yeah, okay, here. 69. Funny. 37.9, which is, like, yes, above league average, but it's not, like, amazing. Like, he's not shooting 40%. So he's having an off year. He's usually actually a little better than this. But keep in mind, Duncan Robinson Miami let go of Duncan Robinson because he's a defensive sieve. And if he's not hitting the 3 ball, he's not doing anything. He has no other offensive game besides being a catch and shoot 3 ball guy. Like, he's a wing that can't defend well. And that's a problem, right? Especially in the playoffs. And what do we know about the playoffs? Pace slows down, right? Defenses gear in they stack up on your best player. So Cade Cunningham, there's going to be teams that will double team him to get like force the ball out of his hand. And then who do you have left to make a shot? And if Duncan Robinson's not hitting those threes to spread the floor, then defenses just can double, Cade all day, every day, and force the ball out of his hand, right? And then what exactly happens with Detroit's offense when he is the primary engine that makes everything go? Like, is he good enough? Is he on a Luka level assist leader where he can get doubled, trapped in the corner, and still find the open man or an alley-oop to someone to get like an easy bucket, right? So if I double you, you're going to punish me. Like, you're that good that you can find and read the entire floor to be able to do that. I don't know if Cade is at that level. I think he has the potential to get to that level because he's a big guard. He's 6'9", 6'8", 6'9". Like, he has a tremendous offensive game, but he's still growing, right? And we know that young teams usually don't win. So, like, he's like one of the league leaders this year, I think, in certain stats. Like, is Cade in the top 10 in any of these stats, or top 5, I should say. Yeah, he's okay. Assist leader. So, I mean, he is doing well in assists. I would question whether or not he can do that in the playoffs. When teams have like 7-game series where they can really game plan versus you, and for instance, if he went against the Knicks, it would be OG Anunoby or Mikal Bridges, 2 really strong wing defenders that you could cycle through them to give him different looks, and they wouldn't get tired because their primary assignment would just be shutting down Cade like the entire night. And we saw that last year versus the Knicks. He's grown, like, when Cade had some games that were fucking like disasters last year in the playoffs. It was his first playoffs, so I get it. He has to go through those growing pains, and I think he's grown tremendously as a player, and he's playing with way more confidence. But you could see last year, like, it was really, really frustrating him when New York was guarding him. Like, he would be screaming for foul calls. Like, he would just make bad plays. He would try to go 1-on-5. Like, there's just a lot of things in his game. And they almost won that series, by the way, last year. Like, it was a close series. I think it went to 7 games or 6 games. I can't remember. And they kind of got robbed in one game. Tim Hardaway got fouled in the corner 3. That really should have been called a foul. I think the league even said they fucked up. But yeah, I mean, like, OG's having a great year. He's probably one of the top 10 defenders at his position, maybe top 5, right? Like, you're going against a lot of things. So where can they get secondary scoring? I think secondary scoring can come from, so let's see, like, where Jalen Duren is in terms of secondary scoring. Like, is there someone from Detroit here? Jalen Duren. He's having an awesome year. Okay, Duren is in the top 50 of scoring. He's averaging 18 points a game. So his offensive game has taken another leap, which is great. But you don't have a secondary ball handler on the team as far as I'm concerned. Like, Jalen Ivey would be the guy. I think gambling has taken over sports in maybe a negative way. Like, number one, players shouldn't be allowed to gamble. I mean, that's, it's a total conflict of interest if they're gambling, right? Like, this is why Terry Rozier is, essentially going to trial now and pleading not guilty, and Chauncey Billups and stuff like that. Like, you can totally throw games, right, and to make, millions of dollars. So that's kind of messed up. It really compromised the integrity of the entire league if you can do that, right? But if you're talking about, like, sports betting, like, just for, like, normal people that are just like myself that are watching sports, I think, like, you have I mean, it's there for people if they want to play it and stuff like that. But it's just, man, every single podcast, it's like DraftKings, sports books, blah blah blah. Like every single sponsor that I see out there, FanDuel, like it's just nonstop beating over the head with a stick on like gambling, 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 gambling. And it's infiltrated like live streaming as well, right? Like a lot of Twitch streamers just do gambling on their actual live streams. They're sponsored by other companies for this stuff. Yeah, I'm not. I've never been a big gambler, so it just doesn't do anything for me. But I think it's kind of like polluted the game a little bit, which I'm not super big fan of. And I don't want it to become like a thing where, like, I think basketball for the most part is a pretty pure sport. And I just don't want it to become a thing where it's like boxing, where, people question the integrity of boxing matches all the time, right? Like, there's so much money on the line for these boxing things. It's like, how do you know this guy didn't throw the match, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's unfair for me to say, but like it's pretty well chronicled that there might be some shady shit going on in boxing. So, yeah, I mean to put it to bed, like I'm not a super big fan of it, but yeah, I mean going over to your point from before, I enjoy I do like the Pistons. I think they will do well. I think they'll make it to the conference finals. That's where I think it stops. I think they need a gap year to figure out what they have, how to win in the league, especially in the playoffs. And then, like the game changes all the time. And the East is pretty wide open despite what people think. Like, where are the standings right now? Okay, so these teams would be in the play-in. So the Hawks, we have no idea what Trae Young is, their situation with Trae Young. I actually heard a rumor today that he might be traded to Washington, which will be interesting. So these teams would all be in the play-in. But, like, as Detroit, would you want to be matched up against, like, Orlando? Like, and assuming, like, a healthy Orlando Magic team, right? That has Paulo back. I don't know if Suggs is going to come back. Like, I heard, like, it's unfortunate because I actually like Suggs. But I heard he might be out, like, he's out indefinitely. Like, would you like to be matched against Miami? Like, all these teams, like, you can foresee them. I guess the Bulls they would probably beat, but the Bulls are young and young and gun. Like, they would exhaust people, right? Like, not that Detroit's old, but, you know, they play a certain style. Whether it's a winning style or not is a different story. But like Miami, Orlando, like Cavs, like would you want to be matched up against any of these teams? Like I can foresee these teams like beating Detroit. Like I can. Even like Philly on a good day, right? Like you have Maxey, Edgecombe in the back line, and Embiid's basically giving you nothing. Like I think his career, unfortunately, due to health reasons, I think his career's done. But yeah, I mean, I can even foresee them beating them. So, yeah, I guess it's kind of a dangerous place to be, but we'll see. Yeah, I think they get to the conference finals. They get knocked out by the Knicks. Knicks go on to the finals. They play OKC, and OKC beats them. That's what I predict will happen. Yeah, based on what's going on right now. But it's a long time between now until the playoffs. I think we all know this. There's a lot of time. There's obviously the trade deadline that's coming up next month. I think it's before Valentine's Day or something like that. So that'll be very interesting to see what moves happen. You know, like people always say, "Oh, it's really hard to move this guy, really hard to move that guy." Yeah, that's true. But yet, I've been watching basketball for the better part of my entire life. And every time people say that, there's a move that happens, right? Like, did anyone think that Luka was actually going to be on the Lakers? No. And yet he got moved. So, crazier things have happened in life. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the interesting story behind gambling, right? It's like there's so much money involved. Like what happens with that, right? Like who's behind closed doors pulling certain strings on stuff, and are can a nutritionist be bought, right? Probably. I mean, if you give a personal chef like $100,000 to poison a star player's food, like, or $1 million even to poison a star player's food so that they have like the flu for a game, like, like, yeah. Um, do you think it dictates outcomes? I like to think it doesn't. I like to think that the best teams always win. Or the right teams always win, I guess, the probability of it anyways. I don't think it swings as much as people think it does. Although it is alarming to see what kind of evidence they come up with this Terry Rozier case, where he has allegedly, anyways, he had insider information where he's like, oh yeah, this Bam Adebayo is not going to play like on Saturday, so like bet against us or some shit like that, right? Like he knows, like, because he was on the Heat, right? Like this player, Tyler Hero is like out sick with a cold. Like I was out to dinner with him, he had food poisoning, so he's like not going to be well. Like bet against us, right? I don't know if that's true or not, but like that's, I guess, allegedly, with some insider information that he had. And then the second part of your question: do refs have more power than we think? Yeah, I think refs do have a lot of power, and they need to be held accountable. So the thing that I find with the NBA that's pretty infuriating is, sorry, give me a second, man. Sorry, I'm back. Let's see, where was I? Do you think refs have more power than we think? Yeah, they do. I mean, we've seen this through regular season games and playoffs, right? So last year they fucked up that call on Tim Hardaway Jr. on Game 5, I want to say, where Detroit... I can't remember if it was Game 5 or Game 6, where Detroit would have gone up 3-2 and essentially taken a stranglehold, or maybe it was Game 4. I don't remember, but I think Detroit would have taken a stranglehold on the series, and it basically swung the momentum of the series, and the Knicks won that game, and I think they went on to close out Detroit like the following game, if I'm not mistaken. So, like, who's held accountable for that? Like, sure, you can issue an apology and issue, like, they issue, like, this ref statement after every game where it's like, yeah, we fucked up, we got this call wrong, this call happened at this time, our ref saw this, but upon video review, like, we decided that. Like, I just... okay, sure, you apologize, but, like, we can't rewind time. Like, we can't rewind time to, like... give Tim Hardaway 2 free throws at the fucking line to like win or tie the game. So what does it matter about your apology, right? Like, it feels empty to me. I appreciate that there's at least some transparency and accountability there. I think that's better than nothing, but like it just doesn't do anything for me. Like, how does the team feel after that, right? So I don't quite know why we don't do more video replay, video analysis stuff when we get calls wrong, or even some kind of like robot calling, or AI calling, if you want to think about it that way. The only thing that I can think of that would, because it would be deadly accurate, right? Like it would be able to tell you like, okay, yeah, that player got fouled, that player took a charge, that player did not take a charge, that was out of bounds, whatever. The only thing that I could see that would really prohibit that from being a good idea is that stoppage in game would become like every call. Like, I'm sure every single NBA possession has some kind of ticky-tack foul, and I don't think the AI would be able to differentiate between that and say, okay, you know what, let's just let them play on. Or like, yeah, we're going to call every single fucking thing here, right? Imagine imagine a basketball game that's supposed to take, I don't know, 2.5 hours live, take like 5 hours because every single possession was like, there was something called, right? So there'd be super disruption in games. But yeah, no, I do think that they have a lot of influence on games. Whether they're in people's pockets is a different story, right? That's the Tim Donaghy huge scandal, back then, and I guess he was proven to be guilty or whatever. And then commissioners. Yeah, I mean, I think commissioners are probably, Adam Silver, I think he's done some good things for the league. He's obviously motivated to keep a good track record of the league and keep David Stern's legacy of the league. I think that's, definitely something. But is he in people's pockets? I hope he isn't, just to keep the integrity of the game. I mean, even if there was evidence that was the case, I really wouldn't want to believe it, because then it would just basically sully the game that I've loved for the last, 30 years, right? I really would hope that the game is more pure than that. Yeah, that's the optimistic view that I can give you about that. But yeah, I mean, like the NBA, like I've watched many different iterations and generations of the NBA, right? Like, I mean, I'm 41 now, so I've seen the Jordan era. So for in my book, anyways, Glasses Man, LeBron is the GOAT. To me, anyways, he's the GOAT. And MJ is second. And even though I've kind of lived through that era, like I really started watching basketball, I want to say on the end of the first repeat. So when he beat the Sonics, and then I think he retired. I think his dad got killed after that, and then he retired and basically played golf and baseball for 2 years. There's no other player in history that has ever done that, taken a hiatus and then come back, right, in his prime, really. He's the only one. And I don't think that... I think if you let a player like LeBron do that, he probably would have been able to even do more in his career because he would have been rested, right? I also think that there's things that are held against LeBron that are really unfair. So the man's been to like 10 straight finals. And the knock on him is, well, he's only won 4 of them. So he's like 4 out of 6, basically, in finals appearances. Sure, that's true. Okay, that's indisputable. That is true. But the knock on him is, yeah, he played in a weak East. So it doesn't really matter that he made it to the finals. Okay, sure, he played in a weak East, but you can't tell me that, like, there aren't hundreds of players that would want to play in the finals that were in the Eastern Conference during that time, right? Whether that be Paul George, Roy Hibbert, Danny Glover, Al Horford, Jason Tatum when he was younger, Dwight Howard, for example. Like, these are like Hall of Fame, Paul Millsap. These are Hall of Fame players, right? Like Kyle Carver, Derrick Rose, Joakim Noah. Like, you can't tell me that none of those players weren't trying to get to the finals. Like, they just saw LeBron and they just, oh, it's LeBron, we're just going to fucking give up now. Right? So, like, every one of them would have traded their left nutsack to, like, be in the finals, like, that many times. Like, 100% guaranteed. He doesn't get enough credit for the longevity of greatness, even though he didn't win as many finals as I would have liked to see him win. And every single person would have given up their right arm to be in his position, for sure. He doesn't get enough credit for that. That's a long rant about me praising LeBron and not going into the MJ retirement thing. So the MJ retirement thing, I think, is something that people don't speak about enough. They talk about the majesticness of MJ, but they don't talk about the fact that he got to rest for 2 years and then come back. The fact that he came back, though, and was able to retrain himself to the level that he was for the second three-peat, was obviously something. And then the first year, obviously, that they lost, right? Like, they ran into the Magic, and that was the year that Shaq and Penny went to the finals. They lost. They got blown out by the Rockets, 4-zip. They lost in the sweep. But obviously the year after that, they won. The Bulls won. So, I don't know. I guess, people that love MJ are going to think irrationally about MJ for the rest of their lives. I've gone through both eras. I would say that MJ has probably had the highest peak of any player that I've seen. So for those two three-peats, he was the most dominant. They were the most dominant team, and he was the most dominant force ever. And I'm talking about popularity to the point where he transcended basketball. He wasn't just about basketball. He transcended basketball. He was almost like a rock star, like the Beatles, right? In the 50s or whatever, right? Like when the Beatles were popular, he was that level of fame. And as famous as LeBron is, it's different. It's really different. Yeah, him and MJ. I can't really explain it unless you lived through that era and really saw like MJ really transcended the sport. Like, he really made the mark for a lot of different things and different people, and paved the way really for his own branded signature shoe and his Michael Jordan Air Jordan brand and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, the first retirement, I hold it against him a little bit because I feel like if any other player retired in their prime and then came back, they would probably be able to extend their careers. Same with Kobe, right? And then the other thing that MJ doesn't get enough flack for is his Wizard years, right? So he was pretty bad when he was on the Wizards. Like, he was still averaging 23 points, and he's a guy that's 38 years old or whatever when he had his last couple seasons with the Wizards, or 19 points or something like that. But people forget, like, his efficiency was terrible those years. He was just fed the ball all the time because the Wizards didn't have anyone, right? Like, it's just, and it's MJ. You're going to give him the ball, obviously, right? So, and I don't think they even made it to the playoffs, or maybe they made it to the playoffs and they got swept. Like, it was done, right? And he played for the Wizards for, I don't know, a good maybe 3 years before he retired or something. So yeah, people forgot about the lost years. They just erase it off of his resume. But those things should be held against him. But look, like, LeBron is still on a winning team, right? He's still contributed winning. Like, look at his stats tonight. I mean, look at this, dude. He played 33 minutes tonight. He scored 30 points. He was 10 of 19, which is efficient. I actually watched the fourth quarter of this game, I think. He was 3 for 5 from 3, which he actually hasn't been shooting the 3 that well this year. But last year, he set a record for, I think, the first time he was like 41% from 3. 8 rebounds, 8 assists, which these are his career numbers. So 28, 8, and 8 are his career numbers. He had 2 steals, 1 block, only 1 turnover. I don't know what his usage rate was for this game. He was a plus 10. So not all games are like this. He's still getting his wind under him, but he's still playing at this level, dude. Like if I covered up his name, I literally covered up his name, and then I just said, who is this player? He's scoring 30 points on 52% efficiency, 40% from three, 78% from the free throw line, averaging 8 rebounds, 8 assists, and maybe 1 steal, 1 block. Who is it? And would you vote him as like an all-star starter? Like 9 out of 10 people would say yes. He's playing at this level at age. He's fucking my age, man. He just turned 41 in December or whatever, 28th or whenever his birthday is. Like, it's crazy. You look at LeBron gets unfairly judged. Like basically the goalpost keeps getting moved for LeBron because he's so great, but for every other player it's like way lower. Right? So for Kobe, it's lower. For MJ's, twilight MJ's career, it's lower. For Hakeem, it's lower. For Dirk, it's lower. And you look at what was this? NBA records for players over 38. I think LeBron holds all of them. 28.9 points per game at age 38. Leading scores of longevity stats as he plays past 40, breaking LeBron's. MJ, sure, after turning 38, 35 points in 12 games. Kareem, 35 points in 5 games after his 38th birthday. LeBron James holds a ton of stats. I think Kobe averaged 13 points in his final year of his career when he was 38, rest in peace. I think Dirk, when he was 40, averaged 6 points or something like that. These are players that were once obviously amazing MVPs and greats, but in the twilight of their careers, they were just a complete shell of themselves, right? They were totally done. They were inefficient players. The only reason why they hit the floor was because of, their victory parade, shall we say, right? But LeBron is actually a winning, still contributes to winning, right? At age 41. You see, if you watch the game tonight, the New Orleans was up by, I want to say 3 points going into the fourth, and you could see the momentum shifting. LeBron rested for the entire third. That was, I think, the game plan that JJ Redick had. And you could see the momentum shifting. Trey Murphy was having a great game. He scored 42 points. He was having a monster game. No one could stop him. And LeBron came into the game, and Luka went out to sit because he was going to come back in the last 6 minutes or whatever. That was the game plan. And LeBron just systematically scored basically 8 straight points to put the Lakers in a kind of firm, a more comfortable, firmer position. And you could see that he just knew, he fucking locked in like a supercomputer, like an AI. And basically was yep, it's my time. I have to bully ball whoever's defending me. I have to make a couple plays. And it's like a light switch just turned on, and he knew, I have to seal this game by just making 4 or 5 plays right here to really put this to bed. And that's exactly what happened. You could see the entire momentum shifted back to Lakers when it could have been lost super easily. And they could have been well, Luka, I'm sorry, we gave you 5 minutes of rest, but you got to get up and play for us now because we're in danger of losing to the Pelicans, right? So let's pull up this game and I'll show you these plays. Lakers versus New Orleans. We'll go we'll fast forward to the fourth. I'll show you what I mean. Okay, so this is the game. Let's go to the third. Okay, so the end of the third. Okay, end of the third, they're up by 4. Let's see if they score again here. I think they go up by 6. So they're up by 7 points here. Okay, they're up by 7 points here. First play of the game, he hits a 3. 86-82. 82-86. New Orleans comes down the floor. They miss. I forget who takes the shot. LeBron 1-on-1 ISO versus Derek Queen, their rookie, who's actually really good. Beautiful drop off to Jared Vanderbilt, who has no offensive game whatsoever and has butterfingers, and gets a bucket. 84-86. They get a defensive stop on the other end. Clock is winding down. 5 seconds on the shot clock. 10 minutes still to go. 84-86. Dagger 3 right in his face. 2 dagger 3s and a drop off to Jared Vanderbilt. That was a very easy drive. They go up 87-86. They're 88-86 now. Okay, he gets the 3. Don't connect. 91-88. So Luke is finally back in the game with about 8 minutes to go, but you can see like LeBron's like that burst really helped them. That game could have been blown wide open when New Orleans was up by 7. They could have ballooned it out to 14 really easily if they hit a couple shots. Oh, are you guys not seeing this? Hopefully you are. Don't tell me you're not like seeing this. Okay, you are seeing this. Yeah, so I mean, my point is like he has a huge impact on winning because he knows time, space, and score when he needs to imprint his will on the game. And he staved off that 5 minutes enough to keep them competitive. So when Luka came back and DA came back, they could do some things to like, you know, basically just shut the other team down, right? I think they won by like 7 or something like that. Yeah. I was pretty worried about LeBron at the beginning of the year just because he came in injured. He missed, for the first time in his career, he missed the training camp as well as the exhibition games, so the pre-qualifying games. No, not pre-qualifying games, preseason games. And I think he even missed the season opener. So he was injured, I think, for the first month and a half, and then he came back. And the first couple games, honestly, he looked really bad. Like, I thought this was the year that he would really drop off. But he's been playing himself into form. And I can see over the last couple games, like, he's looked a lot better in terms of his energy, his impact, his stats. Like, he was shooting he had some really ugly games when he first came back. The only thing I would say that LeBron, maybe he's just conserving his energy. He's basically become like a complete sieve on defense, right? There's some possessions where you can see him actually defending at the end of the stretch of this game when the game was kind of in the balance, where he like turns it up. But for the most part, like he doesn't even run back on defense sometimes, right? So that's legitimately a problem. That's going to come back and haunt them. I mean, it has haunted them this year, so we'll see. But again, he's 41 years old. You can't ask him to play, full court press defense every possession. I don't think that's fair. Sorry. Give me a second here. Okay, back to this. Aiden's playing well for the man on a someone on a vet minimum. Like, what can you ask for, really? He's doing really well for them. I'm glad he's on the team. He seems like super re-energized. Like I thought after he left, he got traded from the Suns, his career was fucking over. Because which is a shame because I actually like Aiden. I think he's like a pretty talented big man. But just some of the comments that was coming out of him from what in his Portland days, where he was like, yeah, you know, I've done enough. I've made it to like the finals, like kind of thing. It was like you never want to hear a competitor or a basketball player say shit like that. But I think he really got humbled because of his, you know, last days in Portland and where he was like not even a starter. He just didn't fit well with that culture. And they went through some rough years, obviously, right? So I'm glad he's back in a winning environment, contributing. Now, what they do with him in the offseason is a different story, right? Like, they have, and what they do with the LeBron in the offseason is a different story, right? So this team could look very, very different next year. And LeBron might not even be here next year. Like, legitimately. I think he still plays another year. But he might not be on the Lakers next year. He likes it here. That's no secret. His whole family is here. Bronny's obviously drafted on the Lakers. Yeah, I think his wife, Savannah, likes it here. But, you know, who knows, right? So this team could be very different next year. Yeah. Oh, what a dagger three. There's one crazy three that Luka makes here. Oh, I'll show you guys. 193, 3 minutes to go. Game's still in reach for New Orleans. I like Jose. He's a super small guard, but he's good. Look at that play, man. Look at that play. The old man game. Look at this. He gets the switch that he wants. He finds one of the defenders leaning on him. And he powers through. Jesus. At 41, too. Here. This is the three that Luka makes. 3.1 seconds left on the clock. He's trapped in the corner. He gets a weird pick from LeBron, I guess. He didn't know. Well, it's, I guess, a miscommunication. I have no idea. So he has to heave up a prayer. He's so far from the net. What the hell else is he going to do? There's no one really open, I guess. That's poor spacing from his team, but look at this. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's like... That's crazy. And that's the dagger, too. They went up by, what is this, 9 points? Yeah. With 1:58 to go. I mean, they could still lose this game in theory, but, you know, it's kind of the dagger. Gets into the face of some of the fans on the sideline. But they're going to use the clock, you would think. Maybe not. Especially when you get a layup. So the Pels, again. Pels are a disaster, man. I feel bad for the fans in New Orleans. They're a terrible team. They do have some bright spots, though. They got Derek Queen. I like him. I think he's going to be a really good player. He's a competitor, man. Like, he doesn't care who he goes up against. He's not afraid. He just takes it to them. But he's young, right? He's going to figure it out. Trey Murphy III is awesome. I really like him, too. Jeremiah Fears is okay. This was their other pick. I don't know about him. I've seen flashes of him being pretty good. But he's super inconsistent. So, I mean, he's young. He's a rookie, right? But they got some assets, you know, that they can probably get a like deal out. But like no one wants Jordan Poole, but he's a salary dump. Like he played 18 minutes and at 0 points. Like, you know, I mean, what's their payroll like? Let's see, New Orleans payroll. Yeah, let's see. Basketball Reference. Okay, let's close this. Okay, so they owe Zion for the next 3 years, this year included, and it's a ton of money. I don't know if this is guaranteed because I heard that Zion has some conditions in his contract, like if he comes into, like he has weight checks. So if he comes into camp like overweight, like if they measure his weight at a certain point, like he has some performance metrics that he has to go by because they were so concerned about his injury history, that I don't know if all of this is guaranteed by the team, but I don't know how that works in terms of NBA salary cap wise, right? Like if they only pay him 20 million out of this 40 million because he, I don't know, comes in eating a tub of fucking ice cream or something like that, or going to Burger King every day, like, do you still get a cap hit of 40 million? Jordan Poole, looks like, what is this, guaranteed? Yeah, there's no player option or team option, but this is an expiring 34 million for next year, so they could deal this out for parts. DeJounte Murray, this one is a disaster. DeJounte Murray is a really inefficient player. I guess he's a capable scorer, but he is 29, so he is not on the same timeline as where they're going. And there is a player option which he's probably gonna opt into in 2027. I just don't know what he does for you, right? Like I just didn't understand this trade to Atlanta to get DeJounte Murray. Like he doesn't move the needle for you. He's always injured too. Like the last couple of years, he's just been always injured. Like Trey, you know, in comparison, like Trey Murphy is way younger. He's making about the same money, but you can see that there's probably way more upside for him. Like, what did he shoot? Okay, 6 of 17 is pretty abysmal, but like, there is flashes of offensive firepower there. And I don't think DeJounte Murray provides you with that, right? So this year he's 29, 30, 31. He'll be 31 here. He can sign another max contract, I guess, if he's even worth that, or $30 million contract. Kevon Looney, I like that pickup, but I never see him play. So this is the one thing. I don't know why the Warriors let him go, especially since he only costed $8 million and he's a big body. They actually kind of need him. But yeah, he's on the Pelicans right now, and there's a team option next year for them to part ways with him so they can clear up salary cap. Jeremiah Fears is obviously one of their rookies. I think this is one of their rookie extension players, Sadiq Bey. Derek Queen is also one of their rookies. So these two guys are tied up. So this is really the future of their team, I think. You know, Jose Alvarado is on the cheap. That's good. That's a good contract. Yeah, Jordan Poole is the one they got to jettison right here. He's worthless. So what do you get for him except spare parts? Really, he's an expiring. So they can trade him to another team, but they probably have to take in some crap back, which they don't want to do. They probably want to clear their bugs for free agency. And then Zion's another big question mark, right? Like this is one of the biggest question marks in the league. And Zion, you know, this is year, 7 for him? How many years has he played? Let's see. 1, 2, wait, no, sorry. Last 5 games. Okay, seasons. 2019 till now. So he's been in the league for 6 years. Okay, this is going into, well, he will be going into year 7 next year. Games played. Games. 235 out of a possible 82 times 6. What is that? 82 times 6. like 482 times 6. 492 games. So 82 game seasons times 6. He's played 235 divided by 4. What did I say? 492? I think I said 492. He's played in 47% of his games in his career. 47. Not even 50%, guys. Not even 50%. The only time he's played the majority of the seasons was his 2023-24 season, where he played 70 games. Okay. And he averaged 22.9 points. Pretty pedestrian, to be honest with you. His field goal percentage has been like pretty elite, I would say, amongst the league. Just because he's a big body, everyone knows Zion's just kind of an athletic freak, so it's really hard to stop him when he gets close to the rim. But he only shoots 33% from 3, so it's not like he's an outside threat, you know? Like, this is what, league average? And then he played 61 games in 2020-21. I think this was, 2019 was his rookie year. I believe this was the year that he got injured. So he played 24 games and he got injured. 29 games, 30 games. Like, this looks brutal. You know, we'll see what happens this year. He looks relatively healthy and slimmer. I think he's taking care of his body and his health and his diet. But man, like, you just, I don't know, you know? You have, you know, the problem that you face with this is, you know, from a team building perspective is, you have the face of your franchise, a $40 million, $44 million player that basically doesn't play and doesn't seem to care about basketball that much, really. You know, some of this is definitely on him. And it doesn't help that he lives in New Orleans, where apparently everything is like fried. You know, he's surrounded by enablement. Yeah. So, yeah. In the new NBA, cap stuff has to be measured really, really well. Like, you have to be super efficient with your cap, or else you just get destroyed. Yeah, it's just the reality of the situation, unfortunately. Sorry, give me a second here, guys. We'll just do Will. Just farming some ruins on this mobile game that I play, so I can go on autopilot while I'm chatting with you guys. But yeah, this is why managing a cap sheet is really, really important, right? Like, you get to this point where you're knee deep in debt, like 185, 198. I think are they a second apron team? Let's see. New NBA second apron teams. Let's see. Apron Tracker, Sport Track. Cavs are definitely here. I think the Knicks are here as well. Total apron, first apron, second apron, second apron hard capped. So anyone over 207 million. So Golden State's just below the second apron, but not by like 200, what is this, 264,000? They can't do anything. They pretty much can't do anything. Dallas is there, and Dallas is 13-23. I think they're like 11th in the West, and they have everyone injured, so that's obviously a massive fucking problem, because even though they got super lucky and got Cooper Flag, I think they still own their pick this year, but I don't know if it's their pick or someone else's pick that they own. But yeah, they need to hit on that pick because I don't think they had picks for years. Minnesota's there, I think. No, just below. So these teams are below. Cavs are there. And then everyone else is pretty clean. I mean, Lakers are not in great shape either. They're past the first. Well, they're just below the first apron. So I think if you're just below the first apron, you can actually sign someone to a mid-level exception. If I'm not mistaken, and you still get to keep your pick. And I think you can still trade your pick. So they managed their books okay, but LeBron is taking up a huge amount of salary, right? So let's take a look at payroll. And that's the magic thing, right? Like, is LeBron willing to take a pay cut? And does he deserve, like, what's the words I'm trying to use? Should he even take a pay cut based on the production of the player, right? Like, what kind of money can he command? It'll be very, very interesting to see what the market is for LeBron James after this year. Not only on his perspective, like what he wants to do, like does he want to retire? I don't think so. And then if he doesn't retire, where does he want to go? Does he want to stay with the Lakers? Does he want to go home to the Cavs? Does he want to sign with New York? What does he want to do? And then with that being in mind, we've already seen the cap sheet right here. Even if he signs with the Cavs, how are they going to make space for him? They can't sign anyone once they're past the second apron, as far as I know, based on the rules. So they would have to jettison some players away in order. This is brutal. They're barely a 500 team and they're 21-17. They haven't been healthy this year, but imagine paying this kind of payroll for a team that's barely above 500. That's brutal. Yeah. And here's your Washington Wizards, glasses man. They're 159, right? New Orleans is, where's New Orleans? Where am I looking, guys? New Orleans is top 10? I'm blind. Yeah, here. Number 14. Okay, so they're not in a terrible position, I guess. 192. They're below the first apron, just below the first apron, but they are 8-30. You know, Phoenix, for example, is having a better year than I thought they would be, and they're 21-15. They're below the first apron as well, so they can actually do some things. Yeah, but the thing with the Lakers is, what do you do with LeBron, or what does he want to do? What kind of salaries can he actually command within the market? You know, like, I have no doubt that LeBron can still command millions of dollars, even if his play falls off, which I don't think will happen. Just the sheer fact of marketing, you know, like if he played for like anyone, even Charlotte, for example, like ticket sales would go up automatically. They could charge like double, triple for their tickets. You know, like even at his advanced age, he's still a draw, right? Like he's still a box office draw. Like people would buy tickets, they would buy merchandise, they would buy jerseys, they would buy shoes. So he's worth something in that regards. But in terms of, you know, the uncertainty about his future, the amount that he would try to command, like, you know, LeBron's a proud guy and rightfully so. He's probably going to be like, I still deserve $40 million. And it's maybe hard to argue based on his production. But, like, what team is willing to carve out $40 million, you know, that's max player money, right, to a guy that's aging, or aged already. He's 41, right? He's the oldest guy in the league. So, yeah, that'll be very, very interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what the Lakers do next year. Austin Reeves obviously has a player option where he's almost 100% certain going to turn that down, and he's going to be offered a ton of money by a bunch of different teams. You know, I'm talking probably in excess like $46 million kind of thing, right? So that's a big cap hit right there, you know. And if he signs for $46 million, depending on what they do with all these other players, right? They have expirings like Bria Hachimura. They have Jared Vanderbilt, where they can probably send him out for something. Gabe Vincent's an expiring. Maxi Kleber's probably not going to be welcome back. DeAndre Ayton, I'm assuming, is going to turn down his player option because he's playing really well this year. Marcus Smart probably will do the same, although I don't know what the market is for a 32-year-old Marcus Smart next year. Jackson Hayes has an expiring. Maybe he'll sign back if they want him back. He's a competent backup big. Yeah, so future's kind of unclear. What they have guaranteed right now is $108 million, but that could disappear very, very quickly with Austin Reeves. And Rui Hachimura is probably going to, he's played well enough over the last couple of years and playoff experience, where he's developed a game where I think teams would sign him for probably $28 million, a year, right? I think he can command that kind of money. So if he can command that kind of money, are the Lakers willing to sign him for 4 years at $28 million a year, right? Another team's probably going to give him that kind of money. Yeah. So it looks pretty messy. Let's take a look at Detroit Pistons actually have a really clean book as far as I know. They signed Cade to max money, but this is looking like a really good contract now based on the rate that he's playing at right now. Tobias Harris is off the books after this year. I'm assuming they won't welcome him back because he's 33. Duncan Robinson is signed to a pretty team-friendly contract, although, $16 million is not a lot, but Isaiah Stewart signed a really nice contract. He's only $15 million for the next 3 years, and it has a team option. Karis LeVert. Jaden Ivey's the one that is on his... I think Jaden Ivey is on the last year of his rookie contract, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see if... He's come back from injury. He's been pretty injury prone, I think, for most of his career. And they had high hopes that they could pair him with Cade Cunningham, and that would be kind of your backcourt duo of the future. Now... I don't know what his stats are since he's come back, but that will be interesting to see. I love Azar Thompson. I think he's amazing. Yeah. If people don't know, he's Amin Thompson's literally twin brother. They're both in the league, and they're both some of the most athletic freaks I've ever seen in my life. And by freak, I mean in the most positive way possible. There's a team option for Jalen Durham. He's very definitely going to be extended. They didn't give him an extension. They wanted him to... I don't think they gave him an extension, or maybe they lowballed him. I can't remember what happened last year, but I think he vetoed to just play it out. And he's obviously proven that he's all-star level. So they're going to have to throw max money on him next year, or else he's going to walk. And there's going to be suitors, right? He is a formidable big man. He's developed an offensive game, which I did not see coming. And he's really matured as a player. He's only 22, guys. He's young. We're not talking about a 27-year-old. He still has tons of room to grow, right? But yeah, they only have $168 million committed right now. So they can actually make moves this year if they wanted to. And next year they have 131 committed. They'll lose a couple players. They'll have to re-sign a couple guys. So this will probably be more. They'll probably be closer to the first apron. But they got some pretty clean books. They can go to places. They can do some things. So their future is looking pretty bright. Golden State's future is not looking so bright. You got an aging Steph Curry who signed that big extension, I think, a year ago. So this is year 2 out of his 3-year extension, if I'm not mistaken. So he's 37 this year, he'll be 38. I'm assuming he's going to finish his career with Golden State, so they'll probably extend him till whenever he wants to play. You got Jimmy on the books for 54-56. You got Draymond on the books for 25 and 27. So these are the last 2 years these guys are going to play together, really. And they're already talking about maybe potentially shopping Jimmy, but I don't know how much Jimmy can command or what they can get for Jimmy. I think they really want to get rid of Jonathan Kuminga. It's been a really frothy relationship. He is probably... His growth is being stunted playing on goal. Well, he doesn't play. He literally has DNPs. He legitimately has DNP's coach's decision. on a routine basis. So he's got to go somewhere else to realize his potential. Like he'll never find it, I think, in Golden State. And there's a lot of teams that could use a slasher like him. He's shown flashes of offensive game. Now, personality-wise, I have no idea. Steve Kerr seems like a pretty reasonable coach. That every interview that I've seen of him, he seems pretty level-headed. So I do and he's gone through a lot of players. Like he's coached Team US. Like I think he was Team USA's coach literally when they won. What was that? Like a year and a half ago. So he's coached big personalities, right? Like he's coached Kevin Durant, he's coached other players. Although I've heard things that Kevin Durant and him did not get along. Yeah, I don't know what that was a clash of, but whether that's true or not, I have no idea. But anyways, my point is that Kerr seems to have the reputation to be a good coach. I think that's undisputable. And he seems to get along with a lot of players. So it is interesting to see that Kuminga doesn't get along with him, right? Like that's a very potentially problematic thing. And it's kind of an indictment maybe on Jonathan Kuminga. Like, what kind of player is he really in the locker room? And does a team want to take a chance on that? Yeah. Like, I have no doubt that if he was on a team like the Bulls or something like that, like, he would do well because he's young, he's athletic, he's got skill, he would get the ball. Although Josh Giddey has the ball, so do they really need him, you know? But yeah, you got some stuff here that like Pods is on a really good contract, like less than $4 million, $5.6 million. He's probably played his way to a raise, and it's a team option on both years. Yeah, but they're in a bad spot in terms of money and yeah, they're kind of stuck, yeah, salary wise. So yeah, who knows? That's Golden State in a nutshell. Yeah, the Bucks are even worse. Yeah, look at this, man. Giannis is signed for 3 more years. He has a player option in 2027, which he'll be 33, so he can sign a new max. You got Miles Turner, who is the newly signed, I think 4 years, $100 million. I think that was the deal. Kyle Kuzma, who has an expiring next year, who probably, I don't even know if he'll find another home in this league, depending on how he plays. Bobby Portis, I think he's still good. At least in my opinion, he is. Kevin Porter Jr., Ryan Rollins. They got some decent guys, I guess, but like without Giannis, they like really fall off the map. I think they won the four out of their last 5 though without Giannis, so that's proof of something. But yeah, they have like a $20 million cap hit from waiving Damian Lillard. Like they're still paying him this money, they're still paying him this money for like, I don't know, stretched over the next fucking 5 years or some shit. Yeah, so this is not great. Who else is in bad shape? Cavs are in bad shape. Who played tonight? Let's see. Mavericks, Cavs won. I mean, they won versus the Pacers. That's no doubt. Wow, Grizzlies won over the Spurs. I mean, Grizzlies just played the Lakers twice and lost both times by like, I think 10 or more points. So they kind of got waxed, which is not surprised because the Grizzlies are in a bad spot. But I'm surprised the Spurs lost to them. That's kind of weird. Wizards, your Wizards won versus the Magic, and the T-Wolves blasted the Heat. This seems to be coming down to the wire, the Kings and the Mavs. Let's take a look at the Mavs books. This is where Dallas. No, there we go. Yeah, this is where things get really rough, right? So you traded for 80, 32. Everyone knows this. You traded for an aging star, 32 years old, looking for a contract extension. Has a player option in his third year. I think he wants to be in a place where he's extended. So he'll be 33 next year. He is not, as far as I know, he's still injured. And no signs point to so far that they want to extend him. Kyrie just got extended, I think, after he tore his ACL for 3 years. So they're paying him this money, which is probably paid by insurance. And then I guess he'll come back at the end of this year, maybe take over this year. And then there's a player option at this time, which he'll be, 30, 35, 36. So he'll be pretty old. And then Clay, you have an expiring, but Clay is like an absolute shell of himself. Like, I don't know what Clay has left, honestly, after injuries. I really don't. Yeah. Daniel Gafford's a really good contract. This is like a 27, a starting caliber center, a defensive big man that costs less than $20 million. Like, yeah, you don't get that. Doesn't happen very often. PJ, they signed to a lot of money, or quite a bit of money, but he is a 3-and-D guy, so it's hard to. Those guys are costly. Flag obviously is on his rookie contract. Caleb Martin is getting old, but he's on $10 million. I don't know how much he does for them, honestly. Max Christie's on a really good contract. He's only 22. He's also, a 3-and-D guy. D'Lo will be out of there. I think he'll take his chances on the free market, see if he can get more money. Whether or not someone takes him, I have no idea, because he's kind of proven in a couple stints that he's just probably not the guy, or not even a winning player. I don't know, can you say that he's not a winning player? I think you kind of can, based on his previous track record in the playoffs. But we'll see. He's only 29. I thought he was actually older than this, but I did forget, like, he was like a rookie or the second year of his career when LeBron went to the Lakers. So he's actually not that old. Like, he's in his prime right now. He should be making more than this, but his reputation has been so damaged, I think, because of the stints that he's kind of gone through, right? So what was it? Lakers, Brooklyn, Golden State, or was it Lakers, Golden State, Brooklyn, Lakers again, Dallas? Yeah, I can't remember. It's like ping pong balls. Actually, let's just click and check. Let's see. What teams? Lakers, Brooklyn, Golden State. Oh, he was on Minnesota. Yeah, I forgot about these lost years. I forgot about his time. And then Lakers, Brooklyn. So drafted by the Lakers, traded to Brooklyn, where he actually brought them to the playoffs. He actually had some good years with Karis LeVert there. And I liked their team. They were a good young team at that time. And then he got traded to Golden State. That really didn't work out that 1 year. They were trying to pair Steph up with some more offensive talent. He got traded for Andrew Wiggins. And then he went to Minnesota. He played with his buddy, I think, Karl Towns. That did not work after 3 years. And then he went, or 4 years. And then he got traded to the Lakers. Lakers absorbed his contract. He was there for 3 years on the 80 years where they couldn't break through to beat Denver. And then, I don't know why it says BRK here. Oh, I guess, okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. The Lakers traded for, his name escapes me. He's a wing defender that they had last year who's really good buddies with Luka. and he was on Brooklyn. They flipped D'Lo for him, and now he's on the Rockets. They signed him this year. Anyways, I'll look up the name after. But yeah, he was on Brooklyn last year. I remember that. He played the rest of the season with him, and then he became a free agent. He signed with Dallas in the offseason for a potential starting role, which they actually gave to Cooper Flagg, which was weird. But yeah, their books are not good. Yeah, look at this. These salaries on the top especially, right? Like, if you just look at the starting five, like, do you think this is a championship level team? Or caliber team? I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, like, injury prone, kind of. He was like an Iron Man for the majority of his career, like Klay Thompson, and then like injury prone over the last couple of years. And then like just, you know, when I see him play now, it's like he has no lift whatsoever. Like he can't even get his own shot off. It's like, it's really bad. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird one. What do we got here? 198. Mavs trying to close out a game. What are they, 12th in the West, I think? Well, they're better than the Kings. At least there's that. DeMar DeRozan offensive rebound. Okay.
How soon did your phone ring after the end of that game?
Westbrook misses a
It
shot.
was later. I don't remember exactly.
Maxime Renault fouls. Daniel Gafford. Okay. Daniel Gafford's not a good free throw shooter, so let's see what happens. Maybe 1 out of 2. And then they set up for a 3. Call a timeout to advance the ball. They get last shot. Tie the game. Maybe. I don't know why you have Westbrook taking a 3-pointer. I'm guessing it was a scramble play and that wasn't the play, but Jesus. Najee Marshall misses the free throw. Okay. Mavericks get the offensive team rebound. Oh, that's unacceptable. I guess he missed on purpose. The second shot. Or did he? I don't know. I'm just reading what's on the ticker right now. Keon Ellis. He misses 2 out of 2. Jesus. So they can go for the 2 to tie it. Defensive rebound. Oh, okay. I see. It just tracks like rebounds as in... Max Christie commits the foul. What? I mean, are they in the penalty? I think they're in the bonus. That means that Levine goes to the line for 2 free throws to tie the game. Huh. I wonder what happened. Did he foul Levine? Or maybe he... Oh... DeRozan missed. Oh, okay. I guess they had a foul to give. I'm assuming they had a foul to give. That's why Max made the foul. And then they probably had to inbound the ball, take some time off the clock. Well, anyways, Dallas won. I mean, sure. I guess. I guess that's a thing. But look at where they are. They are 12th. They're not even in the play-in right now. They're basically tied with the Clippers. They won one, which is the game tonight. Utah is behind them a little bit, but they lost 4. And the Clippers are playing better as of late, as far as I know. That's not saying too much because they start off the year so pitifully, but yeah. Let's see. 23-11. Sorry. Getting back to this. Maybe let's play some Dota. Some turbo matches. Oh, this is a pretty good rune. 19 speed, 14 accuracy, HP 5%. That's a low roll, but at least I can grind it, and then I can sub this out for like defense, or I can keep it flat HP. That's actually not a bad rune. Grinded, if it's non-legendary, this will be 24 speed. If it's legendary, potentially it will be, 23 speed. If it's grinded with legendary, it'll be 24 speed. Yeah. Acceptable. Better than nothing, I guess. Yeah, this could, I mean, it's 2 off of max for accuracy. It could be 16, it's 14. That's a decent amount, especially in a support. Yeah, this is a decent rune. Yeah, I could grind this out. Yeah, if I grinded this, you know, this is 2 or 3, but I could use a 3 or 4. This I could just do HP. This is flat HP, I could do this, or I could sub it for defense. Yeah, I could put a defense gem in here. Or one of these, 7 to 11%, and then grind it after. So it's a this is a solid violent rune. It's not amazing, like the rolls, like this could be 16. The rolls here could be, what was this? What's the default? Yeah, the default was legendary, so max roll would be, this was 3 rolls, right? So max roll could be 24. That would be the dream, right? And I put a legendary grind on there, that'd be 29 speed, that'd be crazy. That's triple roll, not quad roll. The dream is quad roll. Innate 6 speed plus another 24 on top of that, so that is 30 plus a grind 35. That's the ultimate pinnacle, right? If you can get a ruin, it's 35 speed. It's crazy, but we take what we can get. Yeah, we take what we can get. Oh, I got defeated. That's bad. That doesn't happen very often. It's weird. Well, 3 times. Jesus. I'm slipping. I am slipping. Let's see. All fight runs. 3-3. Some of the shit still needs to be grinded. Yeah, these 3. That's 3. This is 4. So I can still juice some stats out of these ruins here. This one, I could sub out accuracy and put HP because that's a grindable stat. And it's not 100% crit as well. Yeah, this could be grinded better. That's already gemmed out for accuracy. That's already gemmed out for accuracy as well. Okay, it's doing its job, I guess. Better than nothing. Okay, let's fire up some Dota. Let's fire up some Dota. Oh, system memory is low. Jesus, okay. Maybe I gotta disable something because streaming and everything like that going on at the same time is not beneficial. Okay, let's play Turbo. Hopefully my game doesn't crash. One second. Okay, I'm back. Who are we playing today? We're playing Largo. I think I'm gonna try him out. Should be fun. Let's see here.
Ban someone. 5 seconds remaining.
Never played this guy before. Hopefully he'll be good. Oh, they have a void. That's not good.
Make music in bad times, make music in good. All good.
Prepare for battle.
Cherry. Fingers and toes. The music just makes me want to move.
30 seconds to battle.
Does anyone have directions to the stage?
We're doing a smoke and... Oh, yep.
Oh, choice. What? I can tell.
I want to go off their lion just because I knew that the time lapse was coming. He was just waiting for me to do something like that.
Every step is a note in the song of your life.
So we should have gone to the lion.
Let's get
That would have
moving.
been a more guaranteed first blood, but the team was running after Void, so I don't know. Let's see what items Lion has. He has 1 sentry, so that's good. He doesn't have 2. He just blocked my camp,
I'll hop to it.
so I need to unblock this.
All right, mate. Bit of a tussle then.
There we go. That was easy. I should have waited, so he doesn't counter it, like at 50 seconds, kind of. It would have been better.
Count me in. Yeah.
So I'm gonna body block this camp right here.
What? Over there? Yeah.
Just run him off the line. Void body blocked my hard camp. So, oh, he didn't. Oh, I thought he did. Well, he made a mistake then. Okay, that was a lot of damage to Lion, which is great. Gonna hide in the trees since I'm a melee. Just kick him a little bit. I'm gonna pull the next camp to deny creeps, because that's always a good idea. And let's see if he... Actually, I should have killed him right there. I could have killed him. He didn't respect the damage, and I could have killed him for it. Which is bad. Bad by me. Oh, almost died. That's okay. I do have 11 stick charges, so I don't think I would have died. That's Sunstrike. I was not expecting the Sunstrike, so that's the thing. I was not expecting that. I should have been. He already Sunstriked me once, so that was my mistake.
Killing spree.
She'll be right. Wanna come with? No worries.
Killing spree. Killing spree. Double kill.
Okay, good job, team. I haven't been playing. I'm new to this hero, so not playing the lane well for sure. I died twice. It's my Sunstrike kills. The first one I didn't expect. The second one I should expect when I'm low. The Invoker already hit me once, so that's kind of unacceptable.
No worries.
Or sorry, the first one I didn't die, but I was very close to dying, and then the second one I should have expected, and I did not respect the damage, so that's why I got murdered, which is not good. Okay, so I'm gonna place a ward for DP, like a deeper ward here, to establish map, so the DP can play up here a little bit more. Get this bounty while I'm at it, and we'll plant this ward right here. There we go.
Don't let your middle tower fall. Dominating. Double kill.
No worries. Now this one's a classic. Stepping to the rhythm. Time to strum and strong. You can feel the beat.
Fires are fortified and stretchable. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. That one's not coming back.
Wanna come with? Got just the tune.
Think you want that to happen.
Damn. Got owned. This hero has a ton of stuff to manage. I'm not super used to it yet. Nice. This hero's pretty fun. You just run around playing songs pretty much.
Let's play a walking mate. This one goes out to very special someone. Come on, get a regular. Does anyone see a path?
Haste.
All good. Wanna come with? No worries. Come on, everybody.
I have no mana.
It looks like Dire fortified the structure.
What's the flame?
Can't do too much without any mana. Gonna go back.
Oh, I reckon.
Power didn't know what.
Jesus. TP thought she's invincible. Just went in and got completely fried. Crazy. Okay, next is Lotus. Nice, he killed Lion. That's good.
All good. No worries. Cherry. One night follows another. Yeah.
Middle Tower has fallen.
This works too. Yeah, I could go for a tramp. I'm under attack. What? Over there?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, you bet.
Middle tower is down. You just snuck them.
Well, get a wriggle on. Yeah. All good. You're strong as we strong.
Ah, sorry, Shaman.
You did the right thing.
You sure? It's a world of vibration. The tantrum. It's not life. I love the drum set. Hey, time to play.
I knew that was gonna happen, but you know what? I should have thrown this thing, Frog Stomp. Slow down their aggression on me. So that was my bad. I'm still not used to toggling between the songs and the Frog Stomp. We might be cooked. We might be cooked. I need to play around DP because she's the one that wants to fight with her ulti. And Frog is only good in kind of like a team fight situation. He's not really good in skirmishes. Like, he can't. I don't think I can kill anyone one-on-one like this.
Is not cool.
You just got the wisdom. There's a void here.
Let's talk about your toys.
Oh, he BKB on an illusion target. That was pretty bad. Leshrac is doing her own shit. Also bad. Yeah, we're starting to really fall apart now. Getting dumpstered. Dumpstered.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is maybe you should
Get a wriggle on, team. Follow my lead. God, yeah, I promise I'll pay nice. I've got heaps of songs.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Bottom tower is gone forever.
Yeah, I reckon. Must be the place.
What the fuck is he doing?
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think he just gave up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, sure.
Don't let your middle tower fall. The middle tower has fallen.
Why ask why? Let's have a wander.
Killing spree.
I knew it. Nice.
Double kill.
Nice.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Oh. Players are very slow to react to things. That's okay. Not like I'm playing amazing. I think I might need, okay, this one, I'll do this here. There we go.
Just think what I could do with 3 strings. Yeah.
Oh, comeback is real. Didn't even get racks.
Fortify this structure.
Does anyone see a power?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
What? Over there? Yeah. And what? Down to 10.
The enemy's middle barracks are no more.
With your strummers we strap.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Double kill.
Let's play a walking ring.
The enemy's bottom barracks are fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks are fallen. The enemy's middle tower won't be destroyed. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. I knew you could do it.
All right, good game. That was. I mean, I got carried by my team, but I think I probably kind of did my part with the buffs. It helps sustain them. The 2 buybacks were critical. They didn't say per buyback. You know, we kind of crushed them in that sense. I think DP played pretty well. Death Prophet. Curious how much healing I did. This year was pretty fun. 8,810. Not that much, but I think a lot of my stuff really protected people, like the solars gave physical barrier. Yeah, some of the like just timely heal stuff, I guess. I like this hero. He's pretty fun. Largo. Let's read these things. Largo gets ready to groove, so that was like the strumming, the guitar. He is disarmed and his ability bar switches to 3 song abilities. Each has a different effect. Songs are only effective if strumming on the beat. Every time he strums successfully, he gains a stack of groovin. Each stack gives him bonus armor and reduces the mana cost of every song. So it's actually more beneficial for me to strum more. But he loses a stack if he misses the beat. Okay, so you need to hit the beat. Stacks linger for a short duration when Largo songs end. Beat interval is 1 second, or 1. Max stacks is 5. Armors per stack, so you can get 20 armor in total. Songs cost reduction, you reduce by 8 max. And stack linger duration is 5. So ideally you want to play to 5 and then switch back to use some of your abilities, like your catchy lick, your frog stomp, and your Croak of Genius. And then these different ones. Additional magic damage. Largo plays a song that increases nearby allied heroes' spell amplification, grants their additional damage, magic damage. Additional magic damage up to 30%. That's a lot. Spell amp. Okay. Largo plays a song that increases nearby friendly unit movement speeds and grants a brief slow resistance. Okay, I see. Cool. And then the healing one, obviously. Heals almost like a reverse radiance. Is pretty cool. Croak of Genius. Largo strums and tunes a friendly hero. The hero's items and abilities have reduced mana cost, and a percentage of their damage reverberates over the following 5 seconds. When affected hero spends mana, the remaining buff duration is reduced by 0.5 seconds. Duration is not reduced for Largo himself. Damage reverb, 45%. Mana cost reduction, 15%. So I can use it on myself for mana cost reduction. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So when I spend mana, it doesn't reduce the duration. I see. Okay. So I can use it on myself, but I'm not really an offensive unit, so the damage reverb doesn't really matter much to me. The cost reduction is pretty nice. So I guess if there's no one nearby, I can use it on myself. It is 800 range, so that's actually pretty good. Yeah, pretty interesting hero actually, I have to say. Anyways, you're supposed to cast this on a core, really, to output more damage. That's the whole point. Anyone that spams heavy mana spells, so Leshrac, DP, has like low cooldowns, will really benefit from this, for sure. I think PA in a way, just because he has Dagger and Blink Strike. And then Frog Stomp. This is the one, yeah, it scatters. It's kind of like a mini stun thing. Slows. Yeah, I didn't toggle between. This is a basic dispel. Largo licks the target unit with his tongue, pulling it back for a short distance, applying a basic dispel and dealing damage if it's an enemy. Dispelling an effect from a target grants Largo temporary health regeneration. So if I dispel someone, then I get temporary health regeneration. But if I don't, then I don't get it. Damage, enemy pull distance, ally pull distance is 375, so it's actually more than the enemy. Bonus health regen, Health regeneration. I see. So you get normal health regeneration, but you get additional health regeneration if you actually dispel something, either from the target or from an ally, and then the regeneration is for yourself. Okay, I guess it's only health regeneration for myself. Does it grant it on a hero though? Let's see. Let me demo. That's what I want to know. See if I can demo this for you guys. Oh, I was playing games the entire time and you guys couldn't see. I apologize. There we go.
No worries.
Three spells. Enemy.
I'm for a tiki tour.
Change.
That's solid, you got. That's all we got around.
That's gold.
Go with the flow, bro. Sure.
So I gain health regeneration. I see. Okay, I gain health regeneration only upon dispelling. I don't give other people health regeneration. I thought I gave other people. So it's a save, but it doesn't heal them. I see. So I can go. Okay, I see. So if I get the shard, and the shard reads, whenever Largo applies a unit target buff to a friendly hero, he also gets the buff. If Largo targets himself, the buff is also applied to the nearest by allied hero within the cast range target. Okay, so I think this will work now. So if I go hunger, then I dispel this, then yeah, I see. So then we both get the regeneration. That's where it becomes strong, because I can save my ally plus get the healing, which is standard, but also give the healing to my core or whatever, right? So Axe jumps in, or whatever, I go like this to pull him out, and then I get regen as well as I give myself regen. What happens if he is taunting? I'm assuming taunting.
To the enemy.
Let's have a wonder.
Does taunting work? Let's see. Oh, I can't taunt out of. Oh, I see. I can't taunt out of that. I can't pull him to taunt him out of that. Like, he'll still. So if I go. Yeah, that does nothing.
Far out, mate. I'll walk you far out.
Yeah, it cannot be dispelled. I see. So it has to be basic stuff. Interesting. Okay, so it can be stuff like Battle Hunger, or other examples might be like Jakiro, or like Disruptor. So if Disruptor goes like this, and goes... Yeah, I can dispel that way. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's pretty neat.
turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
For anyone that might be watching, really the thing that you probably got to play 500 games before you really understand Dota, like the fundamentals of Dota. Like there's just a lot to learn, and it can be super frustrating. I would recommend that you mute everyone and just concentrate on your own game. It's really easy to like. I've been very toxic in this game before, and I still can be like have a tendency to be sometimes. But I've really dumped it down over the years. Maybe it's old age, but I've found myself actually getting a lot better at the game as a result, because I just concentrate on what, more or less what I'm doing and how I can be productive in the game. And over time, that's just causing me to win more games. Yeah.
30 seconds to go.
This game can be infuriating. Just like a team sport, I guess. But it's a video game. Okay, we gave first blood and second blood. I think the lifestealer underestimated how powerful he actually is. But that's okay. It's not the worst thing in the world. Okay, make sure I block the pull camp. Get another sentry for myself. Pull this because the lane is pulling. I think I favor mana more than speed in the lane, so I'll get Ring of Bassi for my Void. My Void is AFK. That's not a good sign. Or maybe it's just waiting for the lane to push back. Block the camp as much as possible. Keep it on Void's side. He's not doing the greatest, but better than nothing. That sucks. I thought that interrupted TPs, but it didn't apparently. Okay, we can take this time to bully this guy though. Let me go snack. Or sorry, pull. That's not a good glyph. I don't know why we glyphed that. It's actually a really shitty glyph.
Let's talk about your cat tower. Why is this happening?
Go with this. We'll go with the mana regen. This hero's pretty fun.
Radiant have fortified their structures. Don't let your middle tower fall.
That was bad. I could have played that better. I could have pulled out the Lifestealer, and that would have bought me HP regen, I think. And I believe I could have lived through that. Yep, I was about to smoke us to go top.
tower is under attack. There's really no reason to stand for this.
I got smoked. I don't know what we're doing.
Middle tower is down.
The fight broke up before I got there. I don't think I played it well. I tried to do the double stun on Medusa and Alk, and then Alk turned on me and killed me, which I did have Holy Locket charges, so I probably could have lived off of that if I popped them. I wanted to wait till last minute, but I ran up the steps. I probably could have gone a different direction to fog the stun. I think that would have saved me. Maybe. Hopefully. I don't know who Void killed, if he even killed anyone, because they all lived, I think.
at your bottom tower. Dire structures are fortified.
I think we lost. I don't know. I don't think this lifestyle has any idea what he's doing at all.
The middle tower is under attack. This is not home.
Okay, we got the elk kill at least. It's better than nothing, I guess.
Middle tower has fallen.
Okay. seconds here. Wow, this shaman's a fucking dumbass. I should have never participated in that fight. That sucks. That was a big throw. We already had one set of racks. We should have just backed out, waited for the next Roche. Now we gave, like, look at Dusa now.
The tower is under attack. The middle tower has fallen.
Phoenix is dead for the silence. White's fucking dead.
You really need to do something about your middle barracks have fallen.
Oh, he didn't wait for us. He needs to wait for us. Look at the respawn timers.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Well, they gave us maybe a little bit of hope because they didn't take two set. I mean, they couldn't because there's the T2. So I guess they kind of went for the throne, but they only got one tower. I should have gone uphill. Yeah, it's GG. Ooh, Void died as well. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, it's over. Good game. GG. Okay, so for those of you who tuned in tonight, thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Please like, comment, subscribe if you haven't already. I try to stream every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 12, about all different types of issues. We talked about AI, politics, basketball, a little bit of gaming. Yeah, it's all a mixed bag. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, and same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow. Take care. Have a good night. Bye-bye.